Hi, good morning, and welcome back to the second day of Lumuri TED Ed with our theme, Students' Inner Voice. Once again, we're going to be watching and listening to different students speaking and giving their opinions and talks about their inner voice. Remember that this talk is really special. We're actually listening to our students' inner voice, to their thoughts, to their opinions. So once again, welcome back to Lumuri TED Ed, second edition.
All right, welcome back to Lumuri Tere. Thank you for being with us today. So first up, we have Juan Daniel Beato from 11th grade with A Bond That Transcends Family.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm here today to chat with you about something that's incredibly close to all our hearts, the significance and the importance of family. It's a topic that transcends borders, cultures, and time. Family is more than just a bunch of people. It's the very core of who we are. It shapes our personalities, guides our choices, and sets the course for our future. So, let me start with a simple yet profound truth. Everything starts with family. From the moment we take our first breath to our proudest achievements, our families are there with us on this wild journey called life. They're the ones who cheer us on when we succeed and lend a shoulder to cry on when we stumble. Family isn't just about blood, it's about the shared love, trust, and experiences that bind us together. Why is family so important, you might wonder? Well, here are a few key points to consider. Emotional support. Our families offer us a safe haven amidst life's storms. When we need to pour our hearts out, they're the ones who listen, understand, and care. This emotional support from our loved ones creates a safety net that helps us weather life's toughest challenges and builds resilience. Moral and ethical values. Our first lessons about values, ethics, and right from wrong come from our families. Our parents and elders instill in us a sense of morality that serves as our moral compass, guiding our interactions with others and helping us make ethical choices. Identity and belonging. Family is where we learn about our roots and origins. Our sense of identity and belonging keeps us grounded in a complex world. Understanding our family history and heritage shapes our cultural and personal identity, giving us a sense of place. Education and learning. In many ways, our families are our earliest teachers. They introduce us to language, cultures, and the basics of life. A nurturing home environment fosters a love of learning and fuels our curiosity. Love and relationship. Love is perhaps the greatest gift of all that families offer. It's the love from our families that nurture our self-esteem, acceptance, and warmth. Family bonds are unique and strong, providing a profound sense of connection and togetherness. But it's essential to remember that not all families fit the traditional mold. Families come in all shapes and sizes, from nuclear and extended families to chosen families of close friends. What truly matters is how well these units function and the support and love they provide. Thank you.
That was great. I loved it.
I really
It's
did like
very
it.
important, like family in general. It really does shape us.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have Beato come here, sit with us, so we can ask you a few questions. Hi, welcome.
Hi.
So Beato, what inspired you to give this speech?
My family.
Well, obviously. But like, do you really believe family shapes you?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Beato. You can leave now.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Beato. Let's give him a round of applause.
So now, next, we'll have Felix Soto from 12th grade giving us a speech titled Vanished Homework.
Today, I would like to talk about a topic that I know it has been in everyone's mind. Is homework necessary or even helpful for students? I think it's unnecessary and even counterproductive. To explain myself, I'll refer to Finland. Finland is a country well known for having one of the best education systems in the world and for the essence of homework in their approach to education. First, let's consider the purpose of homework. Homework is often assigned to reinforce what students have learned in class. It's a way for the teacher to know if you actually understood what they explained to you. However, it's important to question whether these goals are best achieved through homework. One of the key arguments against homework is that it can contribute to students' stress and mental health issues. The pressure to complete assignments, sometimes in multiple subjects, can leave students feeling overwhelmed and anxious. Excessive homework can interfere with students' ability to engage in extracurricular activities, spend time with their families, or simply relax, which are all very important for their well-being. Finland, often cited as having one of the best education systems in the world, takes a different approach. Finnish schools prioritize the well-being of their students. They believe in shorter school days, minimal homework, and a focus of fostering love for learning. This approach allows students to have more free time, which allows them for creativity, self-discovery, and physical activities. Finnish students tend to have less stress and anxiety, leading to improved mental health. Of course, there isn't a one-size-fits-all situation for education, and what works for one country may not work for another. The Finnish system may not be suitable to all countries and educational systems. However, the Finnish chose they need to reevaluate the role of homework in our schools and consider other methods of achieving academic success. In conclusion, homework, while traditionally seen as a vital part of the education system, may not be necessary. It can contribute to stress and a focus on quantity over quality. By exploring alternative approaches, we can create a more balanced, healthier, and more effective experience for our students. It's time to rethink the role of homework in our schools and prioritize the well-being and learning of the students. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that, Felix. So I'd actually like to have Felix to ask him a few things.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
Yeah. Hi, Felix.
Hi, how are you doing?
Okay, so what do you hope your audience learned from your speech?
Well, I hope them to learn that homework may not be actually be necessary, that there can be other alternatives to learning.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. And what do you think was your inspiration? Why did you start with this theme for your TED Talk?
Well, that's because there was a point in the school that I had like a lot of homework and didn't actually have a lot of free time for myself and doing a lot of like different activities.
Okay, that's really interesting. Okay, let's give it up for Felix. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And now we have Maria de los Santos from 11th grade with What is Good Music?
Have you ever heard a song that makes you feel exactly the way you want to feel and said to yourself, wow, this is good music? Well, I have. And it makes me wonder, what about people who don't like the song or don't feel the same way when they listen to it? Is this even considered a good song? Today I want to dive into it. The timeless and subjective question, what is good music? It's a question that has intrigued me for a very long time, especially when someone always seems to critique whatever you listen to, even when it's none of their business. First and foremost, music is a profound emotional experience. It has the power to evoke feelings deeper than the very words. Whether it's the uplifting beat of pop, the melancholy hues of blues, and the infectious rhythm of reggaeton, music has the capacity to touch our hearts and souls in ways nothing else can. Moreover, music is a vehicle for storytelling. It can convey powerful narratives, create vivid imagery, and capture the essence of human experiences. Think of folk songs that retell historical events, rock anthems that express social injustices, or ballads that express the complexities of love. These songs become a part of our collective memory, shaping our view of the world. Additionally, music is a statement to artistry and creativity. It reflects the talent, vision, and craftsmanship of the musicians who create it, and it can be a bridge between cultures and generations. It transcends linguistic barriers, serving as a universal language that unites people from diverse backgrounds. It connects us to our roots, preserving tradition and heritage, while also propelling us into the future with its innovative sounds and styles. It doesn't matter if it has the most ridiculous lyrics, like Don't Sit Down Because I Moved Your Chair by Arctic Monkeys, or it tells a heartbreaking story like Mitski's A Burning Hill. Someone will always feel its every emotion. And that's just it. No matter how many people despise and condemn a song, someone will always feel its every note. So, in conclusion, the question of what is good music is a deeply subjective one, shaped by individual tastes and experiences. At its core, good music is a visceral, emotional journey that connects us to our person and tells our stories. It showcases remarkable artistry, transcends boundaries, and can express even the most ridiculous thoughts into a masterpiece. It's a pleasure that enriches our lives. It provides solace, inspiration, and joy. So the next time you find yourself listening to a song nobody else seems to like, or vice versa, and you feel self-conscious, remember that good music is every music that allows you to feel.
So now we're going to have Maria come over here for some questions. Good questions. Hi, Maria.
Hi.
So, first a silly question. What is your favorite genre of music?
I don't really have a favorite genre of music because honestly, it really depends on the time. Like I said, music is a really subjective thing. So depending on what I'm feeling or like what time of day it is, I change the genre.
So, now that we're serious, do you think that good music subjective argument applies for other things?
Yes, definitely. There's so many things in this world that literally depend on our personal taste, and yet we feel self-conscious about it because there are more people that tend to like a certain type of song because that's just the way things, or like a certain type of thing. So yeah, I believe it applies.
Well, thank you, Maria. That was great. Now we're going to have Daniel from 12th grade giving us inner voice and decision making. Give it up right now.
Hello. Today, I will talk about that little voice inside your head and how it helps you make choices. You know, like when you're stuck and not sure what to do. Ever felt that? Well, that voice is like your instinct or your inner kid. It kind of whispers ideas, warns you, and gives you hints about what might be good or bad. But a lot of times we don't really pay attention to it. We just go with that seems logical or what others tell us to do. What if we start listening to that little voice more? What if we talk of it as a friend that can help us make better choices? When we actually start to hear and trust it, we can make decisions that feel more right, like they match what we really want in life. But hold up, I'm not saying we should ignore facts and stuff. It's more like adding our feelings to the facts. When we do that, we can make smarter choices, and that makes sense both emotionally and logically. So start paying attention to that little voice in your head. Give it a shot, get familiar with it, and use it as your secret weapon when you're facing tough choice. Remember, good judgment isn't just about facts and figures. It's also about what your instincts tell you. And when you start trusting that inner voice, you might be surprised at how it leads you to paths you never even considered. It's like having your own personal compass guiding you to life twists and turns. So, next time you're in a talk spot, take a moment and listen to what your inner guide has to say. Thanks for listening.
Okay, so that was Diego y Noah. So, Ariana, what did you think of that speech?
I think it's a way how the theme of the TED is students' inner voice. I liked how he just used it directly, like the topic of
Yeah,
inner
he
voice.
did go very inner voice, yeah. And what do you think about using it for decision making?
I feel like it's important to listen to ourselves at the end of the day because we know what's best. Like we know everything we've been through. So I think it's very important to just listen to that inner voice.
It is, it is. Do you think other people here would agree with what he had to say?
I mean, yeah. I mean, everyone likes listening to themselves.
Yeah, we're all very self-centered at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So,
Now we're going to have Maria Clara de Champs from 11th grade with I Love You, but.
I love you, but your kisses make me to pull you away. I love you, but when you hug me, I want to hug you harder, but my body just denies it. I love you, but you're constantly all over me, and I can handle that because I can feel independent. Sounds like a contradiction, right? Every child is born with an attachment drive that helps them survive. When they're scared or anxious, that attachment system is activated and links them to their parents, meaning that their parents' response and availability at the moment is going to shape their child's attachment. An avoidant attachment is developed because when you were a child, your parents didn't take care of you emotionally, and this made you feel uncomfortable being close to them, scared of being dependent on others, and have a strong desire of being independent. The feeling of having no control over unpredictable situations, a partner or a friend demanding attention or wanting to get close, can cause a person with avoidant attachment to withdraw from the relationship, to repress their feelings, and to distract themselves from their emotions. A few days ago, I asked my boyfriend what it was like to love someone with avoidant attachment, and his answer was that loving someone with this particular trait may seem complicated, but actually it's not. The hard thing is to understand how the person you love wants to be with you, but at the same time away from you. How the person may be drowning in their feelings and their insecurities, and just because of fear, they won't tell you. But he also said that loving someone with this particular attachment makes the relationship 100% worth the effort. Because you know that person was capable to tear down their walls just to show you how much you mean to them. When you're an avoidant person, doesn't mean that you don't want to feel loved. It doesn't mean you don't want to feel important to the people that surrounds you. It means that you have an inner voice that's telling you that they're going to fail you, they're going to betray you, they're going to leave you. In consequence, you have trust issues in almost all of your relationships. You don't want it to be that way. And by that, you have to change. You have to change how to express your feelings. You have to change how to share your feelings. You have to change and learn that commitment does not take away your independence. And learn to leave your fears aside, no matter that you always think, I love you, but. Thank you.
thank you so much, Maria. That was amazing.
I like that.
And
I
I-
loved how
She poured her heart out into that speech.
Honestly, I feel like we're having a little conversation.
Yeah.
Like a little venti.
Yeah, it's like you're talking with your therapist, basically.
Quite like
So I actually have to have Maria Clara here to ask her a few things.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay. So, Maria, I'm actually really curious to know about your personal point of view.
Okay.
Do you think emotional detachment is always a bad thing?
No, not always. An emotional detachment, it means you're protecting yourself. You had a situation when you were it could be a month ago, it could be when you were a child, that made you create that wall between you and the people that surrounded you. So it's not a bad thing, because when you grow, you mature, you understand that it actually, you don't want it to be that way, because why you don't want to be close to the people you love, or why you don't want to be all over the people you love, why you don't want to be kissing the people you love. But when you grow and you mature, you understand that you can change that if you wanted to.
Okay, that's a really interesting point of view. And I'm actually curious to know, you mentioned that in your speech, but I want you to like expand a bit on it. Do you think it's possible to love someone who's emotionally detached?
Yes.
So
It is.
It is possible. Okay.
Yeah, of course it is.
So, do you think it's necessary sometimes to be a bit detached from others?
Personally, yes. Because in my case, you never get to know people 100%.
That's right.
You never get to know people 100%. A person never shows you their 100% of their feelings, of their personality traits, of the bad things they have. They're never gonna do that. When you're in a fight, of course you're gonna notice.
That's true. Okay, well, that was really helpful. Thank you for that. Thank you for being here. Okay.
I feel like you can also take that from outside romantic relationships.
All right. So, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly with more speeches. Meanwhile, what have you thought of the speeches so far?
So welcome back. Now we're gonna have, sorry, welcome back. We took a little break, hydrated. Did you hydrate with me?
No.
Okay.
Anyway.
Don't be like me. You have to hydrate. I like the break. I feel like now we're going to have some interesting speeches. I was looking at the list, so I'm kind of excited. I'm excited to see people. Are you?
I'm very excited to see what speeches people came up with.
Honestly, we've had some good speeches.
We really have. I really liked Maria's. It was really interesting.
Yeah, it got me thinking. I like
It actually got me thinking for like a good 30 seconds.
And then we moved on.
Yeah.
But it was nice. Okay, so now we're going to have Maria Jose Diaz from 12th grade with a speech titled "Drop the Facade." Thank you.
Have you ever wondered why at some point in our lives, in order to get what we want or fit what we want, we lie? Or we make a whole new person for that specific situation as if humans could have a 2.0 version. I came to a conclusion of this problem and in this situation, and it's the following. I believe we lie to fit in so we can mingle with people who are also lying and are showing a version of themselves that it's not the original. And believe me, that's a dangerous game to play. Truth be told, I've even done it, so I'm talking from experience here. It's dangerous because at some point you become so good at playing the part that you start losing bit by bit yourself, pieces of yourself that are so valuable. Till there's nothing but somebody that you don't know but created. You become so acquainted with that person that you stop seeing them as a plan B and start playing them as a plan A. It is really heart-wrenching how we sabotage ourselves in order to find a place where that place should be finding us. Go with the flow, they say. I agree, as long as the flow wants to go along with me. You know what? Let me tell you a little story. Once upon a time, there was a little girl that since she entered school, she never fit in. And I mean ever. She would eat lunch once or twice with the people that took pity on her, but mostly she ate with the teachers. That made her get wicked smart. Oh, but she never showed it. God, she never did. She became this idiotic fool who would do anything for them to accept her. She changed her image, she changed her everything, because those people that didn't want her around were the same people she wanted to please. And it just kept going on for years, till she realized something. She felt so rotten on the inside, so empty. She could smell the stench coming out of her heart and her mind, a mind that still ran wild with intelligence. So something happened she didn't believe was possible. The person she wanted to be accepted by the most accepted her, and it was herself. And with it came years of joy and of happiness, of amazing and awful friendships as well. But what mattered the most to her was her peace, because a long time ago she allowed people to rip it away from her. And she shouldn't let that happen again, and she wasn't going. Long story short, that girl was me. And all I'm saying is drop the facade. Whatever is underneath it is more beautiful than you think, more precious and more valuable than anyone who wanted you ever hidden. So live life unapologetically. And whoever wants to object to that, tell them I said drop the mask too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. So I like the topic, honestly. I liked everyone's topic.
It was very interesting.
Everyone's so interesting. Now we're gonna have her come over for a quick few questions about her topic. Hi, Maria.
Hello.
Everyone's name is Maria. I have a question. Do you believe that we should drop the facade completely, or that there should always be like a little bit of, some sort of filter?
I think at some point everyone needs, to put a little mask on. I mean, what my TED Talk was about is that you should not make that mask your face. That shouldn't be the person that you become. Sometimes, of course, you have to put a mask on. Sometimes you have to lie. It happens. We're all humans. It's a normal response. But honestly, that shouldn't become your face. That shouldn't become your essence, the root of your being,
That's true.
That was really deep. That got me thinking for a bit. Okay, that was actually really, really interesting. I really liked your topic.
Thank you.
What brought you to write about that?
As I said on my TED Talk, that was something that happened to me a long time ago that I struggled with for a lot of years. And honestly, I thought when I saw the subject that it was students' inner voices, that was my inner voice a long time ago, the person that thought that I needed to accept myself instead of pleasing people that didn't want to please me, that didn't care about me. So I thought, why don't I bring this to the table? I didn't see anyone talking about this. And I just thought, why not?
Okay, thank you, Maria. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause for Maria. That was really good. And now we're gonna have Miranda Felix from 11th grade with I'm Sorry If I Don't Trust You. Let's give a round of applause for Miranda.
Good morning. I'm sorry if I don't trust you, it's not personal. Have you ever experienced a situation when you thought you could trust someone, so you did, to then realize that that person was just stabbing you behind your back, or you give your everything to a person because you thought that person cared for you the same way you care for them, to then realize that that person didn't really care for you. Well, I have been in these situations, and I can tell you it's one of the worst feelings ever. The combination of the situations you have experienced and the outcome of them, which are the feelings of abandonment and betrayal, would lead you to trust issues. It makes you feel like really no one cares about you or you can trust anyone. There's going to be a point where you're not going to trust anyone because you're afraid that someone will hurt you again. Trust is the base to every relationship. Establishing trust creates a strong bond and foundation to build on. Knowing you can trust someone, knowing you can trust someone increase closeness and safety. When you trust someone, you feel safe, you feel close to someone, you feel that you can give your everything to someone. But trust is something you gain with actions. You can trust by keeping secrets, listening to that person, being there for that when that person needs you. And having someone you can trust is going to give you so many good emotions because, again, you feel safe. But when the trust you had in someone starts crumbling down, it's going to be the worst feelings you may experience. For example, I had these situations a couple of months ago where I trust this person with all my heart, and he pretended that he cared for me. Later, I found out that he didn't really care for me, and he was just playing with me. So now when someone tells me something nice or do something nice for me, I just don't believe it because I don't want to give my trust to anyone again because I'm afraid to get hurt again. The consequences of losing the trust you had in someone will be developing trust issues. The thing with the trust issues is that you're just not going to trust that person. You're simply not going to trust anyone because for you right now, everyone is guilty. You don't know who you can trust. You may feel alone, betrayed, and full of fear because everyone is guilty. In my case, and right now, I'm trusting all of you to pay attention to what I'm saying. Having trust issues makes me feel alone and somehow blocked to any love or attention someone can give me because it doesn't feel real. And here's come the overthinking, the bestie of trust issues. Any good action someone is gonna make for you, you're gonna overthink it. And believe me when I say trust issues and overthinking, it's not a good combination at all. Right now, I'm supposing you feel awful. So how can we become trust issues? Well, it's going to be hard, and it's really going to be a long process. But the key to overcoming trust issues is communication. By communicating your problems, you're also going to identify your problems. Also, learn how to take risks. Everything in life is made by taking risks. Everything can go right, but at the same time can go wrong. It's like a 50-50 situation. And last but not least, never be afraid to look for professional help. If you can feel like you can deal with it anymore, just look for professional help. Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda.
Yeah, that was a really interesting speech. I think that trust issues is a very broad term, and it can apply to many things.
Definitely at like our age.
Yeah.
Honestly, and our just like day and age.
Trust issues in teenagers is like sand in the beach, basically.
Literally.
So trust issues, have you ever had them, Mariana?
I think everyone has a little bit of trust issues. Like everyone, talking about inner voices, everyone has that little voice like questioning people's actions.
That is true.
Maybe it depends how severe it is to some people and how just, in general. But I think at the end of the day, everyone has a little bit of trust issues. But it depends on how severe it is.
Yeah, I think, at some extent, you need to have a bit of skepticism because you can't just trust everyone,
Yeah.
I think it's necessary to sometimes not trust everyone.
True.
But yeah, so now we have Jose. We don't have Jose. So
That's trust issues.
yeah, that is trust issues. I trusted that we would have him, but we don't.
But we don't.
So I just think,
Honestly, trust is very important in forming friendships and relationships and like everybody.
it is.
So now we're going to have Jose Calderon from 12th grade giving us this speech titled, "Why Can't You Let People Live?" Give it up for Jose! Woo!
Hi, hello. I'm a bit sick, but don't worry. Our time in school is one of the most important phases that we live because we get like our most important skills, like our social skills and our skills that we need for adulthood. We also grow as a person, and it's very important that we have a good school life because that's where we will be spending most of our childhood and adolescence. Um, I want to get to my point with this question. Did you really enjoy your time in school, or are you enjoying it? Most people would just answer blindly yes without really thinking about it. But I really want to ask you, did you enjoy it? Was it pleasant for you? This takes me to the point of view of someone that is enjoying it. For example, some common factors among them are that they have a good friend group. They also have a good relationship with their classmates and get along with everyone, and have a balance between school and fun, like, for example, going out, playing video games, or doing sports. Now, what are some things about someone that's having a bad time in school? Well, for example, they may not have many friends, they don't get along with anyone, and and maybe they're doing bad in class. That sounds bad, yes. But let's move on. I want to talk about, I want to drift apart a bit. Let's say the person that was getting a bad school life is getting bullied. Now, what if they report the person that's bullying them? The school's not going to do anything. They're just going to talk to them and let them off with a warning. That's not fair for anyone. That's a bad system, I think. And besides, there's no reason to bully anyone at all. I don't feel like we should be bothering people just for the fun of it. I don't think that's like the pinnacle of entertainment, and I don't think it should happen. My question: why can't you let people live? Why do we bully others? Well, I think, and maybe there's some reasons that I think of this. Maybe they were bullied before, but I don't think everyone that bullies. I don't think that everyone that has been bullies people. Or maybe they desire to be popular. Everyone always wants um attention, maybe bad or positive. But there's so much other good ways of getting attention, like doing something important. Or maybe they're insecure. I do agree with this one because I think everyone that bullies is insecure about them and wants to like degrade everyone to their level. But there's a lot of ways to feel better about yourself, and I don't think you should just uh, talk trash to people just because it makes you feel happy. And I don't think people. I think people just do that to see the smile on their friends. Just because they're treating someone bad doesn't mean you're being funny. But I think the bullying is a huge problem in our society because people are being called stupid names just because of their race, their appearance, their religion, and even their sexual orientation. And I don't think that should be happening because if you don't like it, just don't do it. That's the thing about opinions. And it's not your problem. Thank you.
Okay. That was great. Thank
That
you,
was
Jose.
really good.
I would like you to come over here because I have a few questions. Because I really like the topic. I think it's very, just something that everyone should know and should be aware of. So, hi, you can sit down.
Hello.
So, my question is, do you think it's necessary to have friends at school to be able to enjoy it?
I don't think it's like really necessary because people that are having a bad time also just have friends. But like it's not something, but a the human interaction is always good. And we are like social, so If you don't have contact with humans, you would just go crazy.
Yeah, humans are social beings. So, how was the writing process for your TED Talk?
Honestly, when it comes to like these types of projects, I just do everything in one day without really thinking about it. But
Alright.
yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And now we are going to have Laura Gomez from 11th grade with her speech, College Tough Decision. Let's give it up for Laura.
A round of applause.
Every day, we're getting closer to having to make one of the greatest decisions of our lives, choosing our career. The process of making decisions about our future can definitely be one of the most anxiety-inducing and overwhelming experiences we ever face, especially when it comes to the question of college. The uncertainty, the pressure, and the weight of our choices can often feel like a huge mountain hovering over us. But why is this process so difficult? Why does it feel that we're stepping into an abyss of infinite possibilities? Choosing your path doesn't only mean education, but it also takes part in shaping you as a person, because it's the people you meet, the experiences you have, the knowledge you gain, and the bad choices you make along the way that make it so special for you to choose the right path. In my case, I'm scared of taking the wrong choice and wonder what if I change my mind midway? What if in the end it's just not how I pictured it to be? The pressure and the fear of committing to something that will probably not align with my true passions feels paralyzing. Besides, the pressure from the people around me have made it more complicated. It's as if everyone has their own expectations and visions of what my future should look like. Society, family, and friends, they all try to pull me in different directions. They act as if this will define my entire life. So I spent this entire year just thinking about all the possibilities, weighing the pros and the cons, and envisioning myself in different scenarios, but I still have no clue what to do. Making the wrong choice could mean wasting valuable time that will never come back. And there's nothing more frustrating than waking up every day to a job that was not in your life plan. When you waste time, your dreams and your passions will burn out and fade away. While pursuing a career, you have to understand that you will have times of frustration where you think you have made the wrong choice. But if you struggle hard enough and work hard enough, you will notice that you will go back to your way. I've come to understand that this journey of self-discovery that we're going through is not a linear path, but instead it's a bumpy road with a lot of twists and turns. It's about having the courage to take that first step, even when the path isn't entirely clear. It's about recognizing that change is not just a possibility, but it's also inevitable. Just like Stephen Colbert once said, life is an improvisation. You don't know what's going to come next. You're mostly just making things up as you go along. Thank you.
All right, so that was Laura. I actually really like that speech because I think we can all relate to an extent. We can all, just be afraid of making the wrong choice. So I'd actually.
In college, especially for our age, college is important. So now we're gonna have Laura for a few questions. We're gonna ask her a few questions about college. Yes.
Hi, Laura. Okay.
Hi.
So Laura, I actually want to start off. What advice would you give people who are struggling to choose?
Well, I would advise you to think deeply about this question. Take into account what you like most doing, because what's most important is that you like what you're doing, what you're studying, so you still remain with passion and work hard as you go along.
Okay, that's true. So as you said in your speech, do you think it's actually possible to make the wrong choice?
I mean, there is people who felt like making the wrong choice, but there's no wrong choice in this. You can always turn it around and find something good in what you feel it's wrong.
Okay, thank you so much, Laura. Let's give it up for Laura. Let's give her a round of applause. That was a great speech.
Now we're going to have Maria Romina Arenas from 12th grade with a speech titled Forward Vision. Are you ready?
I'm sure my disturbing awareness of my heartbeat won't go away anytime soon. The beating of my heart became abrupt, making the sensation feel like crystals in my chest. The feeling that the future is arriving earlier than scheduled that settles in my chest made its home in my heart, with a heavy feeling that time has become eternally fleeting. This happens every time I think carefully about my future, a thought that often seems disturbing to me. Every related thought feels like vines in my head, spreading slowly from end to end. Vines that I have not been able to find the courage to cut even now. Normally, I will let myself wander through the infinite well of conclusions it could lead me to. But I am often interrupted by the sensation of ropes knotting in my throat, and I become unable to speak, as if I am feeling out of breath. I feel like panic creeping into my mind, so stealthy that whenever I realize it, it's much too late. It's like I'm stuck, like I can feel time moving. I discern every other person surrounding me is not on the same page as I am. It's almost as if my page has been ripped out of the book and been scribbled all over with permanent ink. As if I was some ghost who roams around as a spectator, who people would just walk past and walk through. I know I can control my thoughts. It's not as if it's something I can't hold back. I'm aware of the things I think of and to what extent they go. And in my defense, well, I have none for never leaving well enough alone. But what I can't control is the fact that I fall into a rabbit hole, one thought after another, as if they were dominoes. It pretty much feels like I'm in some kind of trance I can get out of whenever I want to, but I'm almost afraid to. Because when I do, I have to face the real thing in the real world, and that's really scary.
Okay, so. Okay, people loved the speech. I actually really liked how she phrased things. She was very like poetic the way she spoke.
Yeah, for sure. I know.
Yeah, I actually, I just really liked the way she phrased things. She was very abstract in a sense, but I still got everything she said.
Yeah. I feel like at the end of the day, when it comes to that, like it really is how we look at the situation. Like it is that voice, like inner voice. Oh my god, it is that voice that we decide how we look at things and how we manage.
Yeah. So she really did stick to the inner voice theme.
She did.
She did, and she ate up doing it. She actually did eat it.
She
She ate it up.
I like that title though.
Forward vision. It makes it sound like, yeah, like I'm intrigued.
I'm intrigued, and it really does have to do with the speech in general, so it does make sense. Because I like how if the title, if you see it, you like kind of know what it's about, but you have to like listen to it to know what it's really about. So it does make you want to listen to the speech.
Definitely, yeah.
For sure.
Well, yeah, just that. Forward vision is a very interesting title. I wish I'd come up with that.
Of course, the vision.
You did not just say that.
Shut up. Okay, so now we have Rodrigo Gomez from 11th grade with a speech titled The Bright Side of Video Games.
Okay. So for today's TED Talk topic, I'm gonna be talking about this one bright side that has captivated millions around the world: video games. What video games have often been the subject of controversy and criticism. Today, I really want to, talk about this vibrant and evolving medium. So first of all, I want to talk about the stories. The power of immersive storytelling. Video games have emerged as a powerful medium for storytelling. Unlike any other form of entertainment, they offer people the opportunity to step into the shoes of the protagonist also, and actively participate in shaping the narrative. Games have proven that video games can deliver emotionally and compelling stories that rival the best of literature and cinema. Even games that can, shiver tears off your eyes. Secondly, creativity and problem solving. Fostering creativity and problem solving, video games challenge players with complex puzzles, strategic decisions, and creative problem-solving tasks. Games really do encourage people to think critically and adapt and overcome challenges. These skills are not only valuable in the digital world, but also in our everyday lives. And this is why it is very important. Another thing is building perseverance. Building for perseverance in the world of gaming, failure is like not the end. When you fail, you learn from that opportunity and you start another one. Games often face through harsh challenges and defeat in online multiplayer matches. However, they keep coming back. Players like learn from their mistakes and start over again and do better. And also, they connect people like across the world. Uh, they bridge geographically and cultural gaps. Like you're from China and another guy is from the USA, and they connect, and you can make like friends. Uh, it really helps like on socialism and your, if you have problems on your social life, and yeah, online multiplayer games have become virtual playgrounds where creativity has no bounds and friendships are forged. So in conclusion, I think that it's very essential to recognize that video games are not just a form of entertainment. They are a dynamic medium with a bright side that extends far beyond the screen. And they inspire creativity, problem-solving tasks, build resilience, connect people, and even promote like physical health and well-being. So the next time someone questions you the value of video games, remember what he said here, and remember the countless positive effects that they have on individuals and society. Let us embrace the potential of video games as a force for good and harness the power of playtime to make the world a brighter place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Rodrigo. Okay, so Ariana, I actually have you a question.
What is it?
Do you think video games are a waste of time?
I feel like it's how much we use them that could become a waste of time, because it's everything in life is a balance of how much we do things. Like there should always be a balance between your social interactions, your work life, and just your own entertainment, which could be video games. Depends on
true.
the person. So yeah, I mean, I don't think the video games itself are a waste of time, because it can give you a lot of values. Like you can learn a lot from video games. It's just how you use them.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? What's your favorite video game?
Honestly, an iconic one, Minecraft. Doesn't everyone like Minecraft?
You sound like a 10-year-old saying that. I'm gonna pretend like you didn't just say that.
Okay.
So now we have Isabel Gonzalez from 12th grade with Isn't It Ironic?
It was ironic.
Teacher, may I go to the bathroom? No. As simple as that. Just no. It doesn't matter the reason you need to go to the bathroom, you simply can't. Then you get mad. You start to express how you're uncomfortable with that answer and the fact that you actually need to go to the bathroom and do whatever you need to do. What's the answer you get? You're being disrespectful and a rebel. You're not following the school's rules, and you also need to change your attitude. Sometimes it feels like it doesn't matter if we are right or not. Either way, we are still doing something wrong. Therefore, we will be always kept in a cycle of misunderstanding and high expectations. And what they don't know is that when all students feel misunderstood, our motivation to participate in the learning process can decrease, which can lead to academic underperformance, which makes them put more pressure on us, causing the cycle to never end. Nevertheless, it doesn't only affect us in an educational aspect. These situations can take a toll on students' personal growth and development, making them hesitate to express themselves. In school, we are expected to be this perfect, patient, respectful, rule-follower student, while we're not only dealing with our social life, but also our school and family situations that may be affecting our behavior. So, when we communicate our feelings and they don't fit into this mold they have created, a mold that we must adapt to, we are the ones at fault. They claim we are free to express ourselves, yet they put barriers to that freedom. But what is the solution? Educators recognizing these misunderstandings and their impact is crucial in improving the educational experience. By actively listening, disrespecting diversity, and fostering a good environment, educators can work together to ensure that every student feels valued, heard, but most importantly, understood. Thank you.
That was great. much of a critic. I love everyone's speeches.
Yeah, I'm just very positive by nature. I just can't hate anything.
Yeah.
If I listen to a bad song, I'll always look for an excuse to like it.
Quite literally though. So now we're gonna ask her a few questions. Get over here. We're gonna ask you a few questions. They're quick. Don't worry. Depends. I don't promise anything.
Okay. Hi, Isabel.
Hello.
So I'm actually really curious. What do you want people to learn from your speech?
I want them to learn that we as students want to feel understood by educators and the school in general.
Okay. And what inspired you to write about this?
I actually had a situation that happened to me a few weeks ago, and I think this was like the best opportunity to like express myself and let you all know how I felt in that moment. And I know like we've all felt that way.
Yeah, that's true.
For sure.
Okay. Well,
Tech issues.
okay. So, how did you prepare for this speech? How did you write it? What were you doing while writing?
I mean, I was just like talking. I was like thinking, and then I was just writing. It just came naturally for me because it was like something that I actually experienced. So I think it was very easy to write this speech.
Okay. Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you, guys.
So that was Isabel.
A round of applause for her. Woo!
And now we have Gabriel Fernandez with his speech, Navigating a World That Disagrees.
Have you ever gotten in a fight or a disagreement with one of your parents? Because they treat you how they want, whenever they want? What I mean by that is when they treat you sometimes like a child, and then in the next, like an adult. I can guarantee that some of you have gone through something similar. And something I do know is how frustrating it can be because sometimes it's not just your parents, but adults in general. Did you know that 90% of all teenagers suffer from mental health problems? A lot of it comes from the challenging aspects of the quest for independence. Because most of teenagers strive to be heard and get their voices out there and make their own decisions. But they often encounter resistance from adults. When teenagers push boundaries, they are met with curfews, rules, and limitations set by adults. And the desire for autonomy and the quest and the need for guidance can often lead to frustrations and problems on both sides. As a teenager, I can't say that we're innocent because a lot of the times we also take advantage of that problem. But we are tired of the way that they act towards us because they teach us about the world and how unforgiving and dangerous it can be. But even if all of that might be true, they also teach us about how the world is evolving and changing, but they still don't want us to change with it. Each generation is getting worse and worse, and they blame us, the young, for making it that way. But what we need them to come to realize is that they are not the solution. We are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gabriel. So, Ariana,
Yeah.
do you think it's important to push boundaries at our age?
I think it's important to push boundaries even when you're 2 years old. Like, boundaries are very important. Like, once we learn what we want and how we want people to treat us, it's great to like stick to that because it's good to feel good about yourself, and people that surround you are what shape you in that way. So it's good to like shape boundaries. Now we're going to have a quick break, and we're going to be back later. Thank you for having us.
See you later.
Bye bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back. And now we're gonna have Armando Diaz with his speech, Students Outside Voice.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to start by saying that we all know schools are supposed to help us expand our creativity and knowledge and help us find who we are. However, I believe that schools do quite the opposite, engaging students in. Let me start by saying that no matter what you do, your reputation precedes you, especially in schools. We'll go through 1 to 5 to see 4 main points of why students do not get heard in school. First, it may be because of bad grades or reputation. As I stated before, reputation precedes a student. No matter how bad you are, you will always have that reputation. You can try and change it. You can get better grades. It doesn't matter. The school already has a reputation that precedes you, which makes you vulnerable to non-trust. It makes the staff or the teachers or whoever it is to not trust you or your judgment. Second, students are discredited because of our age. How many times has one of you in the crowd tried to give out an idea or a proposition to the staff of the school and been refused? Maybe it's because we don't understand it. Maybe because we're little kids. The idea that an adult, just because of their age, is more intelligent and more knowledgeable than a kid is blatantly stupid to me. Intelligence does not come from age. It comes from knowledge. Knowledge that we can acquire in said schools. And that leads me to my third point. Every student is important. Every student is different. Schools, however, treat us equally, for better or for worse. It doesn't matter. In that sphere called school, every student does not have their own section. There are not corners they can go in. So when a professor tries to teach them in a way that doesn't matter and a student tries to speak up about it, what do they say? You're just wrong. You don't get it. Just keep trying. But what if keep trying isn't enough? What if it just doesn't work? They sometimes even belittle you, question your intelligence. And I think that affects students in their way of learning. It doesn't help them reach who they want to be. It cages them in a way. And my final point is, sometimes rules in schools don't let students be who they are. Rules change and are applied, obviously, and some rules are needed to keep the peace. But I believe like some rules about you should change your shoes. You cannot wear this type of hoodie. Sometimes it's even you have to cut your hair or change its color because it does not follow the guidelines of said school. And the crazy thing is, most of these schools pride themselves on being so creative, pushing their students to be who they are, on uniqueness. Where's the uniqueness? Everybody here is the same. Everybody wears the same thing, have similar hairstyles, do the same classes. In the end, I think these things help us for the worst, us as in students, for the worst. It helps us become negative towards school. It helps us not be as lenient or as nice to our classmates or professors. It slows us down in our knowledge obtaining or gaining. But it also shapes us who we are going to be in the future. For example, let's say you are now the teacher. The cycle, you graduated, you went to school. Due to your past experiences and traumas, it could be that you yourself find the position that you discredit a student because of your age. Or maybe it just makes you become resentful of people who are older than you. And I think that's something to be very scared of, that schools do not let us speak for who we are or spread our outer voice. Thank you.
I really like the part that he mentioned about the being like showing your style and being creative, and that most like schools don't ever like let you that they're unique. But like, what do you think of the point that there's like you gotta be yourself?
Yeah, I mean that's really important because most of the schools don't let you maybe dye your hair or like, for example, have a piercing or something because they think that can like affect what you are, but that actually doesn't like influence anything because if you go to school, you go to study. You don't go to just you know. But I really liked his speech. He really made a point, and it was very interesting. He talked about a great topic. I really liked it.
So next is Emma Molina with his speech, Parents Be Advised.
Histe, CA, Histe, CA, NEA, Importante me, SH me. That sounded kind of weird, didn't it? I know what you're thinking. She's crazy, right? Well, what if I told you that I just gave you a really important message right under all your noses and you didn't even know it? That was a cipher, and I'm really passionate about it, so I will talk to you about it for the next 2.5 minutes. Now, you may be wondering, Emma, what's a cipher? Well, let me tell you. A cipher is basically a written code. This is why Morse code is called a code and not a cipher, because to be a cipher, the encoded message has to be written. Ciphers were used in many ancient civilizations like the Greeks, Romans, and even Egyptians. And they were used in the military to send messages to soldiers and stuff, so that way the enemy couldn't intercept them and, know their secret war plan and whatnot. But now they're mainly used in computers and technology. There are a lot of ciphers, so much that there's a whole discipline dedicated to them: cryptology and new subsidiaries, cryptography, and cryptoanalysis. And no, they are not related to cryptocurrency. There are two kinds of ciphers. Ones that change each individual letter to a number, symbol, or even just another letter entirely, a substitution cipher, and transposition ciphers, which instead of changing the letter in of itself, it changes the order in which that one letter is placed. Emma, I love what you're saying, and I get everything that you're saying. But I want to see your never seen before, never the same cipher skills in action. Can you teach me how to do a cipher? Well, of course. Step 1. This goes to every single cipher that you will ever do. You must get the message that you want to encode. Step 2. Get 2 alphabets. One that goes A to Z, and another one that goes Z to A. Step 3. Compare both of them and change each letter of the message to its opposite. So A would be Z, B would be Y, C would be X, etc., etc. Finally, Marble add your skills because you just made an @bash cipher. As you can see, I'm currently relearning a bit of cryptography since I kind of thought of it last year. Schoolwork sucks. And let me tell you, it's so much fun seeing people making ciphers for people. I did a couple times last year, and it was so nice seeing people get the full encoded message with their own skills. And maybe a couple of hints. So yeah, I think ciphers are a pretty fun hobby, and I think more people should know about it. Having codes and mysteries that you can solve, and other people too, is awesome. And let's face it, it's freaking cool. They can be used in treasure hunts, escape rooms, or even just playing with friends. That works too. Thank you very much.
What do you think about Emma's speech?
I really like it. I think she gave like few steps, like how like silver school works, and I really liked it. Like, what did you like it?
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting. I didn't know many things about ciphers, but it was really good. She really explained like all the steps, and it was very interesting. I really learned something new.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, me neither. I heard about it, but I never like got into it. I never did enough research about it. But now like she gave us like an introduction, and it was very interesting.
Yeah, I really like it.
Okay. Well, now we're gonna go with Diego Martinez with The Fear of Growing Up. Let's give an applause for him.
Well, I wanna start by having you think about the past, back when you were a preschooler. You were this, and maybe you were thinking about what you wanted to do when you grow up, because as children, that's all we wanted. We wanted to be adults. But the thing is that we have been working our entire lives to achieve that same goal. And we have, ever since we were little kids, we have worked, we have trained, we have tried to become the best person that we can possibly be. And at least that's what I did. I think I've somewhat succeeded. But now that I'm actually going to be an adult, I feel like that is a very scary reality that I'm going to live in. And the reason why I think that is because now I know what being an adult actually means. It means having responsibilities, and in this cruel world, it can be hard to find the courage to keep moving on. And even if I know that I might possibly be successful in life, the possibility of failing, it just haunts me every day. And I know that for that same success, it requires sacrifice. It means losing sleep, it means losing patience. Most importantly, it means losing time. Time with our loved ones that these days we take for granted. And not only that, we're gonna have to also deal with the pressures that come with being an adult. I have to now be there for my family, both financially and emotionally. I'm going to have to keep an image, a public image. I'm also going to have to work to keep the friends that I have as a teenager. I'm going to have to try to stay healthy, and every day that it passes is gonna get even harder. I have to align myself with the correct people. And I also have no spare time for the things that I love. And I also have to live up to the expectations that both my family and I have set for myself. And most importantly, I'm gonna be happy while I do it. The thing is, a very deep part of me just wants things to stay the same. Some deep part of me wants to stay a teenager with little to no responsibility and just carefree live throughout the world. But if there's one thing that is constant in this world, it is time. And whether we like it or not, us seniors are going to be an adult. And these are all things that we're going to have to deal with as functioning members of society. But I believe that both you and I can make it. It doesn't matter the things that life throws our way, because when we adapt to this new environment, I feel like we are going to be incredibly successful. We're going to be people of courage, people of honor, and people of innovation. And I believe that once we settle ourselves in this world, we're going to be just as happy as we were before, and just as happy as we were when we were little kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diego. I think, what do you think about that? I really liked his speech. I liked the title, and it really didn't disappoint me. It was
it's
very
something
good.
Like we asked, like what we're going to do when we grow up. I really like the part where he said like respect and like the expectations your family have for us, and like what do you think about that?
Yeah, totally. You know, it's scary growing up because like living the life of an adult isn't just like rainbows.
Yeah.
And you know,
I like the point he mentioned about us being teenagers now, and
yeah,
how
it's very hard.
Like, okay. So now we'll continue with Emilio with how to love yourself when you hate yourself.
Let's give an applause for him.
Thank you. Have you ever looked in the mirror and hated what you saw? Have you ever turned down an opportunity or a relationship because you felt like you didn't deserve it, or because you were afraid of failing at it? If you have, you're self-sabotaging. Self-sabotage is basically when we do things or we act in certain ways that act against our own favor. For example, I used to self-sabotage all the time. I used to compare myself with others. My only personality trait was being insecure, and I couldn't shake that feeling of self-hatred off. So one day I realized I was tired of living this way. I was tired of everyone around me having their lives together, seeming confident, and not cringe at everything they do or say. I knew I wasn't any worse than anyone, but for some reason I just couldn't shake that feeling off. So what did I do? Well, I took a cold shower, did a cartwheel, and immediately started loving myself. And everyone started loving me too. Is the biggest lie anyone could ever tell you. Self-love is not something that just happens overnight. It's a skill and it's a practice. It's being able to accept yourself for who you are, strengths and weaknesses. It's being able to not put yourself down for having these weaknesses. And very importantly, it's not trying to be someone you're not. So there isn't a step-by-step guide to self-love, right? But I wanted to share with you today 4 tips that have helped me stop self-sabotaging, and maybe they can help you too. First, stop comparing yourself to others. Seriously, the people you compare yourself to, whether they're strangers on the internet or even your friends, they don't have the perfect lives you think they have. Seriously, Everyone has their own struggles. Everyone has their insecurities. And just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not there. So stop comparing yourself to others. Focus on yourself instead. Second, set boundaries and surround yourself with people who can actually uplift you. Because Jim Rohn once stood on a stage and said, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So if you surround yourself with toxic idiots, you will become one too. Third, recognize your flaws. Right, we've all heard this before. We're all perfect. No, we're not. We have flaws. But it's true. You can't love yourself until you're honest with yourself. So recognizing your flaws isn't just knowing them and then taking them for granted, but rather knowing what you can learn from to become a better person for your own sake. Finally, I want to tell you my personal favorite: embrace failure and let go of the past. We all make mistakes. We all fail because it's a part of life. But we can either choose to learn from those mistakes and move on, or we can stay stuck in the past forever. Forgive yourself. And you know what? Forgive the ones who've done you wrong too. Why? Because if you hold on to anger and resentment, the only person that will end up hurt is you. I assure you. The person you're holding a grudge against doesn't care. So instead of focusing so much on what other people say or what other people think about yourself. Put yourself up. Go out and live your best life because you deserve it. Thank you.
Round of applause for Emil. Emil, can you come here for us, please? I think his speech was very good, and it's actually a reality, you know. It's very hard for teenagers, but most specifically, to just like accept themselves and try to love themselves. Like, you talked about your personal experience. What do you recommend for people that are struggling right now with this? You know, they're just trying to love themselves, but it's really hard.
I think the main thing about loving yourself is not trying to be someone you're not trying to become like a different person, but rather knowing what you can improve and knowing what you can do to boost yourself. Because I think the first thing you need to love yourself is confidence and self-esteem, knowing that you can do things right. Yeah, self-sabotage. Self-sabotage is basically when we think negatively about good things that happen to us. And, you know, that's just the first step to not loving yourself.
Yeah, nowadays, it's very hard because everything you see on social media, people that have these perfect lives, you know, but it's not true at all.
Yeah.
These people struggle like everybody else.
I definitely agree. I think that social media has led us to believe that people have perfect lives, but no one does. No one really has a perfect life. Even like people's bodies, that's, you know, you have no idea what that is, if it's edited or if it's even real, if it's steroids, you don't know that. So I just think be confident in yourself and believe in yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, now we're gonna have Gabriela Martinez with Grieving Younger Than Me.
I feel like I'm witnessing a funeral. Only the person in the coffin is a 10-year-old me. Now that I'm graduating and going to college in less than a year, I keep going back to my first years at the school. We were also carefree and enthusiastic, wishing to be the best versions of ourselves. By participating in all clubs possible, competing with each other to see who got the best grades, and making memories that will last a lifetime. But after all that, why do I feel like little me didn't do enough? Maybe she should have been friendlier, or put more effort into school. Or maybe she should have just started a business when she was 10 and become a young entrepreneur. And I'll admit, I miss the little girl I was. I miss myself. I miss when I didn't overwork myself for goals that ended up not being worth it. I miss when I didn't starve myself for someone who didn't think twice about me. Not only that, but I miss when I was being called a child prodigy for acing a few exams. I miss feeling intelligent. I miss feeling worthy. And most of all, I miss the freedom of being younger. I'm 17, a teenager just starting her life. But why do I feel so ancient? Like, when did I become too old? Too old to throw tantrums at the supermarket, or too old to watch TV all day, or too old to just unapologetically be myself. I've been asking myself these questions for ages, reminiscing on how times used to be. And the only conclusion I've come to is that I'm on my own now. I've lived and I've learned, and even though I can't throw tantrums anytime I want now, I'm free to do other things, like maybe one day live by myself. Leaving experiences behind, leaving people behind, and most importantly, leaving a past version of myself behind will be very terrifying. And even though I'll miss it all, I'm really looking forward to what my future has to offer. Thank you.
And an applause for Gabriela.
I really like the point that you mentioned, like the question that we ask yourself, like how we're like every year, like, oh my God, I'm gonna be so old.
Yeah, and she's a senior, so she's like gonna graduate next year, and that's like scary because you're gonna go into your adult life and it's not the same. Like you're not too old to do many things, but you're not too young.
Yeah, like
to.
she
So
mentioned the point that like it's like scary, like or not, like that you're on your own now. Like she understands that she's on your own.
Yeah, while you go growing up, it becomes harder and times go by super fast, so you don't even notice.
Next is Jade Soto with her speech Blame Card.
Let's get an applause for her. But before, I would like to mention that also in Gabriela's speech, she mentioned how she is not old enough to like throw tantrum like in the supermarket, and that's like something, you know.
Yeah, like we worry about like what things as I'm getting old I'm not gonna be able to do.
Yeah, because like what I said, it's important to notice that you're growing up and you're not old enough to do many things. Well, now we can give an applause to Jade Soto.
Okay. Is it on? Yes. Okay. At some point in our lives, we've had a situation where we pay more attention to the good voice in our head rather than the bad one, because at some point our actions are going to have a consequence. Let's call it karma. Karma is more than just a system of rewards and punishments. It's like a mirror showing us how our actions connect in a complex web of cause and effect. It reminds us that every choice we make has a consequence, maybe not just now, but in the future. It encourages us to take responsibility of our actions because we are the ones responsible for shaping our future. Religions like Buddhism, for example, openly discuss concepts like karma and the cause and effect principle of our actions. But on the other hand, the religious teachings imparted to us by our parents will touch upon it lightly using different terminology. It is necessary to differentiate that there are different types of karma because people often believe that you can only receive karma when you do a bad action. But there's also good karma. For example, when you help a family member in an illness or in a difficult situation, when a child is playing on the street with a ball and they drop it and you go and return it to them, or when a friend or a classmate is going through a hard time and you comfort them by giving them a hug or giving them a present. Everything that is considered constructive, positive, or virtuous is considered good karma. But on the contrary, if you cheat or lie, steal, are manipulative, selfish, or just a bad person in general, you will obviously experience negative consequences, and the famous karma will hit you where it hurts the most. One of the most beautiful aspects of karma is its inherent fairness. It doesn't play favorites or hold grudges. It treats all beings equally, impartially, and justly. It's a force that reminds us to seek. The force that reminds us to seek to be in one with ourselves and with the world around us. Let me tell you about an interesting case I saw the other day. So there's this guy named John, right? He believed in karmic numerology. Basically, he was born in 1976. So he added up all of the numbers in his birth year and believed he had to do like 23 karmas or something. According to John, his life is just one big chapter in the long story of his family's actions. He's all about being a good person now because he believes that every time he messes up, someone in his family has to pay the price. It's all about this karma balance or justice thing for him. It is impossible to prove that karma is real, but those who believe in it usually do good things to receive equally good things as well. That said, in other words, is basically treat others the way that you would like to be treated. Life doesn't have a manual, but it's like a circle. Everything comes back. Everything falls. Envy returns to the sender, evil to those who give it, love to those who have given it, and lies to those who have said them. When we truly understand karma, then we realize we are the ones responsible for everything in our lives. I do believe in good karma, and I do practice it, and I am 100% sure that karma has no menu, and at the end, it will serve you what you deserve.
Thank you, Howie. I really liked that topic. It was really nice. Do you believe in karma?
I can say I believe it like in the situation, but I really like that she gave an example. It was like really interesting, like how you can like define in the karma.
Yeah, and there are different types of karma. I didn't know that. I thought there was like only one. Like, because what you receive, what you give always comes back. Like in life, it's all about that. But it was very interesting. I really liked it. I believe in karma as well. I think if you treat people badly or not the right way, that will come back to you eventually. And it's very important to treat other people with kindness and just how you would like to get treated.
Yeah.
Well, now we're gonna have Gia Mota with Does high school prepare you for life?
High school is often touted as the time when your grades begin to matter, your life takes a new direction, and you're supposed to grow up. It's believed to be a place that prepares you for challenges of adulthood, but in my opinion, that's not the case. Nowadays, I find myself learning more on TikTok than inside a classroom. While high school provides a strong foundation in subjects like math, science, and language arts, as well as essential social skills, it may fall short in equipping us for practical aspects of life, such as financial literacy, career skills, and real-life experiences. Now, what do all adults have in common? A bank account of some sort. Yet high school rarely teaches us how to manage money or open a bank account. It seems more focused on events from 1876 than on practical life skills. Life isn't just about acing exams, it's about developing resilience, adaptability, and problem-solving abilities. High school's rigid structure can sometimes stifle creativity and our capacity to bounce back from setbacks. Real-life experiences, internships, volunteering, and travel often teach us more than textbooks ever could. High schools should actively encourage these experiences as integral parts of education. In an article titled, "Why Aren't Schools Preparing Students for the Real World?" it suggests that we should shift our focus from providing conclusions and solutions to creating an environment of critical and creative thinking in our classrooms. Many people express a desire to become doctors, lawyers, or engineers, but they often have little idea of what these careers truly entail. While some colleges offer tours and speeches, you can't grasp the reality until you're immersed in the profession. It's surprising how many individuals change their majors and careers after being in a classroom and realizing what they once thought they wanted to be when they grew up. Schools should guide us more effectively towards our future and begin offering classes that directly help you adapt in the real world, where neither your teacher nor your mom nor your dad can provide all the answers. Thank you.
Applause for Gia.
So I really like it. I think that's for like when students like maybe like they like say that like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? Like they're not teaching me anything for my life. I think that's a good point you mentioned that like they should like school should do like a class like teaches us for life because we are prepared.
Yeah, like school teaches us about many things, but actually, if you think about it, we don't learn enough about things we're going to use like in the real life. Like we only learn like history, common knowledge, but it doesn't help us to maybe learn stuff that we're going to need from our day-to-day
Be
life.
aware of what we're gonna be like when we get out of school. I think that's also a question that many people ask, like, what am I gonna do now? How do I do this?
Yeah.
And like we can provide like our parents help us and everything, but like maybe in school there should be a class.
Yeah, and we learn many things
Do I have
that
to hold
we're probably never going to use, like on a real life. Like
Here?
maybe,
That's
what are we going to use, like,
Can I get up?
maybe US history, like if you are not like history teacher or something.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah.
Now we're going with Emily Diaz de Coto with her speech, Silences Your Inner Critic.
Have you ever thought to yourself, I'm not good enough? I'm not worthy of this, or I don't deserve to be here? If the answer is yes, then you may have what's known as an inner critic. It's that nagging voice inside your head that judges and demeans you, whether you're conscious of it or not. The constant toxicity of negative thoughts running through our minds could take a toll on our mental health and our perception of ourselves. Though the inner critic can be detrimental, there's a few things that we can do to manage it and use it to our advantage. Firstly, we have to recognize the fact that completely suppressing that voice is nearly impossible. In fact, trying to ignore these thoughts can have a rebound effect, where they become even more frequent and intense.
Instead of trying to make your emotions disappear, acknowledge that they are real and that there's nothing unusual about having an inner monologue that helps govern your thoughts and actions. What's important is that we alter our relationship to it so that it becomes more of a friend than an enemy. Now that you have accepted the fact that you have an inner critic, try to assess when and where exactly these negative thoughts usually arise. Write down some of these thoughts in the second person, as if someone is talking to you. Because you have shifted perspectives, it allows you to separate yourself from that inner voice so that you can more easily tell where it's coming from. You can also try having a conversation with it and offer counter evidence. For instance, if your inner voice tells you that you don't work hard enough, you can cite examples of your hardworking attitude. Finally, once you have distinguished the parts of your inner critic that you can disregard, you can find the truth in between the lines and use it as constructive criticism to improve. Our inner critic has developed to help us set and meet high expectations. According to Kathy Steele, a psychotherapist in Atlanta, the inner critic is activated when we're trying to survive because it's trying to keep us alive. In some cases, it can bring something important to our attention, and we can use it as an opportunity to grow. In the end, we have to remember that our inner critic is just a small part of our subconscious, and it doesn't define who we are as a whole. Humans are constantly changing and learning through our experiences, and it's important to not let negative self-talk get in the way of genuine growth.
Pause for Emily. Emily, can you come here, please? Well, what do you think about her speech?
I think like we should like learn like to like know that we have like that inner critic in ourselves, because that's something like sometimes we silence what we have to say, and I don't know if that has happened to you. Like, do you silence your inner critic?
Yeah, because it's like sometimes you don't accept like what you're thinking, or maybe you think like different than everybody else, and you don't want to like give out your opinion. Well, Emily, I really like your speech.
Thank you.
What can you give us from your personal experience about this, like silencing your inner critique?
Well, I think, like I said in the speech, the inner critic, though it can be detrimental to you, you can also find ways to like change it and use it to your advantage so that you can learn how to grow as a person. Because in the end, the inner critic is there to help you improve. Even though it doesn't do it in the best way, like you can try to change it so that it does.
Yeah, of course. Now, what do you think?
Like negativity, like a negative side, like of their inner science critic, but like it can be positive. It can help you.
Yeah, exactly. You can use it, like see it in a positive light.
Yeah, you can turn negative into a positive way.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now we're gonna have a little break and we'll be back soon. Thank you.
Never really know what's going on. Look at me sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out,
Hello, everybody. The Golden Boys are back. Welcome back to TED Talks 2023. Luis Muñoz Rivera, Students' Inner Voices.
Hello, my name is Diego Martinez, and this is Armando Diaz. And so far, we have been having some very good talks today. So we're going to be starting immediately with Nicole Peralta with Unleashing. Wait, what? Yeah. With Unleashing Your Inner Confidence, Defeating Imposter Syndrome. Big round of applause, everybody.
All right, so what you got?
Okay. Okay, I want to start by asking you a question. How many of you have felt like you don't belong, like you're just faking it, and that sooner or later everyone's going to find out that you're not as great as they think you are? If you can relate to this, then you're not alone. This is something called imposter syndrome. This is the continuous feeling of self-doubt that happens among high-achieving individuals. It's that thing that despite there's evidence of your success, makes you feel like you can do things that you're 100% able to do. In other words, it's that voice in your head that tells you that you're a fraud, that you don't deserve your accomplishments, and that sooner or later, again, everyone's going to find out that you're not as good as you think. It's like a sneaky monster that creeps into your mind and feeds in your insecurities. But here's the thing, imposter syndrome is actually incredibly common. And today, I want to share with you a little story and my own example. Imagine there's this student. She's named Victoria. She's a high school senior, and she's passionate about art. Her friends and family often praise her talent, and she has even won some art competitions. However, as the senior year goes by, she starts to get overwhelmed. Like us, she's applying to colleges, and she's trying to pursue an art degree. But that nagging voice of doubt creeps in, and Victoria starts to think, am I really good enough? Is everyone going to be better than me? What if I'm not as good as they think I am? These thoughts begin to affect Victoria's motivation, and she stops working on her art. She thinks she'll never measure up. And she even considers changing her college to something safer just because she thinks she's going to fail. This situation is a classic example of what happens when you have imposter syndrome. I struggle with imposter syndrome too. It started after the pandemic, when anything and everything was awarded with minimum effort as getting good grades. And I could tell, I started to get too comfortable. Before COVID-19, I was a way better student. I had the shiniest wheels, but now they're rusting. Now I constantly compare myself to my classmates, thinking they're smarter, maybe they're better, and like they don't struggle like I do. How do they do it with such grace? I even have downplayed my achievements and hesitated to speak up, thinking I was wrong, even though I knew I wasn't. But recently, I understood that this is a common experience, and that it doesn't have to define who I am or limit my potential. By acknowledging your feelings, challenging negative thoughts, and celebrating your achievements, you can also overcome imposter syndrome and unleash your inner confidence. You're capable of doing amazing things, and the world needs your unique talents, perspectives, and ideas. So embrace who you are, believe in yourself, and let your inner confidence shine. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, so I'm gonna say imposter syndrome is something that a lot of people struggle with. You know, it is very common, and what I can see from Nicole's speech is that what she said is very, something that could happen and that has happened to her, and it's something that someday we'll most likely have to deal with.
Yeah, man, it's something that a lot of people deal with. I have struggled with it a little bit myself, and it kind of makes it hard for you to relate to people at certain points, because even though you know you're good enough, like there's some type of deep voice inside of you that tells you it isn't. And I felt like it was just a completely normal thing, but I guess it isn't. It's a problem. A lot of people deal with it, and to those who do, I feel like it is something that we should really highlight. It is something that we should really talk about. But yeah, next up. Wait, not next up. Oh wait, we're actually having her for an interview. How you doing?
She was.
Hi.
How you doing? Well, this was unexpected.
Hi.
So, what made you choose this topic?
Well, I really like this topic because it made me
I made it personal. I think it's something that everyone can relate with, especially seniors, because we're applying to colleges, as I said, and it makes it difficult.
Yeah, especially when you look at all the college requirements and you see
Exactly.
the extremely high grades and
That you have to, I don't know, have like social activity.
yeah, the social labor. It just gets very tedious.
Yeah.
After a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
As someone who struggled with imposter syndrome, what advice would you give?
Well, I would say just believe in yourself. I know that sounds a little bit cringy. I mean, it's not something that you can just do. It's something that you have to believe that you can do, and that your achievements, like, you have them because you were good at doing it. Yeah. I don't know if I.
No, you did make sense.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Always.
Have a good one.
Well, we're gonna continue with the next talk.
Yes, decide with overcoming negativity.
Big round of applause, everybody, for Matias.
Hello, everyone. Today, I want to talk to you about something that's been on my mind for a while now. As a student, I've noticed just how negative I can be at times. That's why I chose the topic of overcoming negativity for my TED Talk. I believe it's a theme that many of us can relate to, and I hope that we can all find ways to lead more positive and fulfilling student lives. Negativity can lead to poor academic performance, hinder personal growth, damage relationships, and overall unhappiness. Today, we'll explore these manifestations of negativity in students and the detrimental consequences they bring, aiming to uncover ways to overcome them and lead more positive, fulfilling student lives. Negativity can manifest in various ways among students, including academic pessimism, when they constantly anticipate for poor grades, doubt their abilities, feel overwhelmed by coursework. Self-criticism also is prevalent, with students frequently putting themselves down, making comparisons with others, and believing that success is unattainable. This negativity can often lead to social isolation, where students avoid interactions, feel lonely, or believe that others don't want to be around them. This, in turn, contributes to a lack of motivation, making it challenging to find enthusiasm for studying, attending classes, or engaging in extracurricular activities. Furthermore, students may experience fear of the future, worrying excessively about post-graduation job prospects or the uncertainty of life after school. Negative self-talk is another detrimental aspect, as students engage in harmful self-criticism, focus on their flaws or failures, and tend to overlook their personal accomplishments. Finally, procrastination is a common consequence of this negativity, as students frequently delay tasks or assignments due to the belief that they cannot complete their task effectively. Overcoming negativity and fostering a more positive, fulfilling student life involves a multifaceted approach. Embrace the power of positive self-talk, set achievable goals, and master time management. Seek support when needed, practice mindfulness, and maintain a healthy lifestyle. Engage in extracurricular activities. Be mindful of your social media consumption and celebrate your small victories. Remember, it's okay to have negative moments and celebrate your small victories. What truly matters is how you respond. By integrating these strategies and mindsets into your daily routine, you can gradually shift your perspective, break free from the shackles of negativity, and craft a student experience that is more positive, fulfilling, and satisfying. Your journey towards a brighter, more optimistic student life starts today.
Hello.
Thank you.
Guys, could you come back here for an interview, please? Oh, boy. What do you think about that?
Well, I really think he highlights another important topic. I mean, every single talk that we have heard today has been about a very recent and an issue that a lot of people deal with today, and which is overcoming negativity. he highlights how some people have to deal with a lot of the negative things that are in the world right now. So, hello, how you doing? Why do you choose this topic?
I'm sorry. Well, I chose this topic because really I'm a student myself, and I'm very, very, very negative at times. So I just started noticing that these effects, what they have on me, like how they affect me daily, like yeah.
And what do you think people can do to kind of like reduce the negativity that not only they put on themselves but also on other people? Like how would you tell them to start acting?
Well, really just embracing positive self-talk, like how you talk to yourself, and celebrating small victories. Like gradually you'll get better with time, and don't focus on the negative thoughts that you have.
All right, so this negativity is so impactful on one side. Are there activities that you think that could help?
Yes, physical activities like sports or just going to therapy. It's really helpful so that you know how to talk positively to yourself.
Well, thank you very much. Good to have you here. And next up, we're going to have Susan Pichardo with.
Oh wow, we know that.
Yeah, we know her. With Beyond Grades, Success Outside of School.
Okay, they're working. Okay. A lot of us aspire to be successful. We all have different perspectives on what success is, but the most prominent for people our age is academic success, grades and diplomas. But does getting high grades really make you successful? This is a very nuanced subject because, sure, it gives you an advantage when applying to your desired college, but grades are not all that there is to success. It doesn't mean you will get a job with a sustainable income, and it doesn't guarantee that you'll get into your dream college. Yes, it is important to do your best at school, but not let it take a toll on you mentally and on your overall well-being. Try to achieve great things, but don't let it limit your creativity. The main issue with over-worrying about grades is that we're more concerned about getting good grades than actually learning things, because those little numbers determine our future. But could we really think anything other than our future being based on said numbers? It is what we've been told since we were young, that grades are the key to leading a successful life. Parents play a crucial role when it comes to our perception of success. Personally, and I think most of you will relate, my parents aren't extremely strict with my grades. They don't mind if I get a bad grade once in a while. They don't necessarily like it when I do, of course, but they're pretty easygoing about it. But for people who don't have parents like mine, it can amount to a lot of unnecessary stress, especially when grades are considered a primary indicator of success to them. According to a research study conducted in 2016 by the University of Washington, personality predicts success more accurately than almost all other factors. While grades can be a good indicator of a student's perseverance and self-discipline, they fail to measure emotional intelligence, interpersonal skills, leadership skills, or comfortability with risk. The explanation for this is that grades only measure your ability to master the contents of the school curriculum. They don't embody the broader spectrum of social skills and interpersonal relationships. My advice is to make the most out of the curriculum and try as much as possible to learn, without excluding the completion of homework, of course, but asking questions with the intention of retaining useful information and actually understanding. Shouldn't the focus be on learning rather than grading? To conclude, I like to clarify that this speech is from my perspective and my perspective only. You're completely in your right to have a different opinion from mine. All I'm saying is to give more attention to yourself and on developing your personality, and try not to absorb yourself too much in the grading aspect of school. And don't let it lower your self-esteem. Thank you.
Very good. Well, I'd like to say that she highlights a very important issue, and it is that people think that grades are everything, but in the end of the day, grades are just doors for other opportunities. And what matters is what you do with those other opportunities after you get those good grades, because at the end of the day, a grade is just a number. It's not an indicator of your intelligence. It's not an indicator of your personality. It is just a number, a very helpful number, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, everybody has their own qualities and capabilities.
Yeah, yeah, and as she said, personality is actually way more important than the grades that she has. But just to continue, here we have Ariana Garcia with Hypocrisy, a Human Condition. Round of applause.
Round of applause.
How would you define hypocrisy? To most people, the first example that might come to your mind is a situation like, oh my God, teacher Ricardo, I so hate it when people talk bad about me behind my back. You're so right, teacher Sebastian. I would never do that to you. And then teacher Ricardo just goes ahead and talks bad about teacher Sebastian to the other teachers. To most people, that's straight up hypocrisy. And they're an awful person for ever acting that way. But if you think about it, hasn't everyone done stuff like this? It's so easy to point fingers at others and classify them as bad people. We tend to view ourselves in color, but others in black or white. It's so easy to justify and rationalize why we do the things we do, but when it comes to others, we don't know what's going on inside their brain. We don't see the way they think, the way they rationalize, or just everything that happened before they did what they did. We only see the cause and effect, black or white. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. As I was writing the speech, I had this exact person in mind. Someone I thought was the biggest hypocrite to everyone around them, and just that everything they did was with this god-awful malicious intent. And then I thought about the time I was told I was a bad person, and how I was thinking things like, who are they to classify me as a bad person? They don't know me or my mind just to make that assumption. What gives them the right? So how am I any different? Am I just a true hypocrite in this whole entire situation? The truth is, we're all hypocrites. We tend to use hypocrisy as some sort of defense mechanism, which isn't entirely wrong. See, we use it to just coexist with one another. At the end of, for example, see, your boss is giving you a hard time. It's not like you're going to lash out at him and scream at him. As much as you might hate it, you have to sit there with a nice smile and bear through it. So the question is, how much hypocrisy is too much hypocrisy? And when does it become harmful? I think the answer is when we use it to hurt others, when we use it to not take accountability of our own actions and just to use it for wrong. So how do we not become hypocrites? The first step is to become self-aware of your own hypocrisy. Once you become self-aware, you can start pinpointing your flaws and move towards changing them. You should also be understanding of others. Realize that everyone is doing whatever they can with the information they're given at the moment. So give people the benefit of the doubt. At the end of the day, you are the one that decides how much hypocrisy you tolerate from yourself and others. So next time you find yourself pointing out that someone's a hypocrite, ask yourself this: is their hypocrisy really hurting anyone? Or is it simply a reflection of their own humanity? Thank you.
Very good. Very good. I especially like the way that she started. She was like, how would you define hypocrisy? I feel like that was pretty good. And yeah, I feel like a lot of people just directly contradict themselves. They say something and they do something completely different. And that not only shows a lack of accountability, but I feel like some people do it for some other reasons. I feel like some people do it because they don't want others to follow the same paths they do. For example, an alcoholic can tell another person, like, don't drink because look at what happened to me. It's bad for you because look at what happened to me. And it is a very big hypocrisy, but I feel like some people use it to try to like help others.
Like a white lie. Like a white lie.
No, it's not a lie, because in the end of the day, you're just trying to help somebody. You're trying to give them advice.
Exactly. A white lie is a lie to preserve.
Well, yeah, technically, you can say it that way.
My turn on subject is hypocrisy is everywhere, even though you don't seem to realize it. Like even your body is a hypocrite because your brain would turn itself off to maintain heat, and that kills you because it's trying to save itself.
Oh yeah, that's true. But next up,
we have another person that we know, Leah Roa, with The Hidden Power of Smiles.
Round of applause, everybody.
Hi. What is it about smiles that carries with them a sense of safety, a flare of warmth, a remembrance of home? Those that sometimes approach us with obscure and painful memories filled with bruises and still find their way to heal and inspire others. Those smiles that even in the darkest of places light up, driving away all fear. Those
that are just like a gentle embrace and have an extraordinary power to transcend words. They can communicate the deepest of emotions. See, there are many different gestures that can be misunderstood in many cultures. There's one gesture, one facial expression that remains universally equal and unifies the global expression of happiness, the smile. We often underestimate the incredible force that resides within this gesture, but a smile can change lives, ignite dreams, and transform the world. I once heard a story. It was a young girl named Anna who lived on one of the poorest streets in New York. Despite the poverty that shadowed her days, her face consistently radiated hope with a smile. She was a subtle ray of happiness into the lives of many people because just seeing her made everyone smile. One day, this young girl attended a children's program at a church. She was very happy and her face, as always, showed a smile. It was a genuine smile. It just so happened to be that among the audience, there was a well-known doctor who financially contributed to the growth of the church. Maybe that day this man was feeling lonely or sad, but somehow his heart was being touched by Anna's smiling face. Suddenly, she turned around and looked directly at him and smiled. The man thought that he has never seen anything as beautiful as her smile. As he stepped into his home, a rare smile graced his face. He couldn't forget this girl's gift of happiness, her smile, which lived in his mind every day of his life until he died. When his will was read, the lawyer was shocked to see that this man had left all his money, not to his relatives because he had none, nor to a hospital or mission as he could have done, but according to his own words, on his will was written, to the ones who have given me happiness during my life. And among them was Anna, whom he left $1 million. This poor girl's smile was literally worth $1 million. A smile. It costs nothing, but creates so much. None are so rich they can get along without it, and none so poor they cannot afford it. It happens in a flash, and the memory of it can last forever. And this beautiful, inspiring story taught me that a smile, it's a reminder that there's still potential for happiness, even in the most challenging circumstances. Anna radiated joy and warmth through her sincere smile and achieved to change someone's life. Anna showed me that a smile is a reflection of the simplicity of the soul. And despite her challenging circumstances on one of the New York's poorest streets, her face always showed a smile. Anna is a living proof of what Da Vinci once said. I love those who can smile in trouble. So, after all of this, don't you think we can make the world happier one smile at a time? If there's any piece of advice that I can give you today, it would be, if you see someone without a smile, give them one of yours. There's still hope. Smile. Thank you.
I can listen to what she said. You know, a smile is very powerful. It can change the way you look at someone. It can change the someone looks at you. In some cases, it can even prevent themselves from harming.
And whenever you heard that talk, I feel like you just couldn't help but smile yourself, you know?
Yeah.
It just, I don't know how to explain it, but a talk that was that positive,
Not
that hopeful,
genuine.
it just lights up your face. you know?
Besides, her smile is very contagious.
Yeah, I will say that. But I will say that in this world, we have a lot of people that just don't smile enough, that just spread negativity. And I feel like if we, as she said, if we just smile more because it costs nothing, I feel like we can make the world a much, much better place.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have Jose Mendez with Everybody's Different, especially you. A big round of applause, please.
Hello? Hello? Well, how does a student find themselves in a school environment? It's a very big question with many different things we can talk about. But first, let's go for a definition. Student identity is how you're perceived by your fellow peers and teacher in school. How you develop socially is very important in school, as we know. Going more in depth, studies done all around the USA on different students show many types of distinguished students. Let's call them depictions or categories where, well, all of us fit in. The first category goes to creative students. In this category, we have the artists or the more outgoing students, which are open about their ideas. They normally spend the whole day fantasizing about their crazy ideas that they could do. The second category goes to mindful students. These students are the normal teachers' pets that remind them of the homework, which everybody hates. Their thoughts throughout the day always tend to be about school, and they stress when they don't have something done. The third category are social students. They spend the whole day talking and being the center of attention. They're works of art. They go to school to socialize. They don't mind what the teacher assigns or what anybody is working on. You know. Do you have a friend that always used to help you when you don't understand something in math class? Well, that's our fourth category, the cooperative student. These guys tend to understand everything assigned to them, and they don't mind helping even the dumbest of us. On the contrary, we have the bullying types of students. These guys will go off their way to bother you. They usually pick on the weakest of us that have insecurities, and they don't care anything about the class. But if you're a relaxed student, you don't mind what anybody does or says throughout the whole day, and you just want to get home and do your thing, right? But understanding yourself is crucial, not only in school, but any environment that includes more than two people. This allows you to prosper. This allows you to work on yourself. Each person is different. You might have mixed qualities. You might be mindful. You might be creative. But that's what makes your identity unique. Thank you.
Very good, very good. All right, so I want to talk about what he said about the categories. I think that is true. You know, there are many people that do what he said, and the thing is, you can point them out very clearly because they're so different from one another.
Yeah, you can do that very easily, you know? And
So, about what you said about finding your own personality, I feel like that's something that you cannot get help from. You know,
that's true.
You find what you're good at, and you don't let that stop you. It's, you know.
That's true. And the people that qualify into these different boxes that he put them in, they can really help each other. But next up, we have Armando Rosario with the power of self-talk. Big round of applause, everybody.
Wow, here's the man.
Hello, hello. Good. Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. Okay.
Good morning.
Okay. Today I want to share with you a personal experience that has completely changed me. It's a superpower that each and every one of you possesses, and it can impact your lives, especially during these crucial years of high school. As a teenager, I would often struggle with self-doubt and low confidence. Each morning, I would wake up with a cloud of negativity hanging over me. But one day, I decided to change that. And I started looking up ways to start feeling positive about myself again. And I came across self-talk. At first, I found it awkward, like, who talks to themselves? Nevertheless, I started a simple ritual of positive self-talk. I would tell myself, I am worthy, I am capable, and I can handle whatever comes my way. It wasn't an instant transformation, but with time, I started feeling the changes on me and on the way I approach challenges. Now, you might be wondering, what exactly is self-talk? Well, think of it as the voice inside your head, that conversation you have with yourself every day. It is the way it's the perception you have of yourself and the world around you. The reason Why this is so important is because it can have a profound impact on three aspects of our life: confidence, motivation, and overall well being. Confidence. You see, the way we talk to ourselves can either tear us up, build us up, or tear us down. If we engage in positive self talk, we can boost our self esteem. Motivation. Self talk is like the fuel of the motivation engine. When we use encouraging words and set positive expectations, we become more driven to achieve our goals. Think about it. If you constantly remind yourself that you're capable of fulfilling your dreams, you are more likely to make them a reality. Well being. Lastly, self talk influences our overall well being. Negative self talk, like self criticism and self doubt, can lead to stress, anxiety, and even depression. On the other hand, positive self talk can reduce stress, boost our resilience, and improve our mental health. It's not about denying our challenges or shortcomings. It's about approaching them with kindness and with optimism. So, how can we harness this superpower? I'm gonna give you a few tips. Listen to your inner dialogue. Is it positive or self-defeating? Challenge negative thoughts. Check if they're based on facts or limiting beliefs. Show self-compassion, like you would show to a friend that is in your same situation. Create and repeat positive affirmations about yourself, reflecting your goals. And finally, surround yourself with positive people and environments. Remember that the power of self-talk is within your control. By consciously cultivating a positive inner dialogue, you can boost your confidence, motivation, and overall well-being. It's a skill that will serve you not only in high school, but throughout your life's journey. So let's embrace the superpower of self-talk and watch ourselves grow into confident, motivated, and resilient individuals. Thank you for your time.
Wow.
Thank you.
Very good.
Well, I feel like
the idea that you are your own best hype man. You gotta push yourself. You gotta cheer for yourself.
Yeah, I feel like self-talk is a solution to a lot of the problems that have been placed earlier today, such as not feeling like you belong, maybe anxiety, maybe depression. Yeah, like that talk that we heard before. But self-talk is just a really good solution to that if you handle it correctly. Because if you feel like you don't belong somewhere or you just feel less, you can talk yourself into that. You can talk yourself into being confident. And yeah, that's a skill that not everybody has, but I feel like that's a skill that everybody should develop because it just helps you out with life in so many aspects. I couldn't believe it.
All right.
But
we're gonna have a short lunch break. We'll be right back. Just go ahead, get a walk.
Yeah, just like a quick half an hour. Go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Take advantage of the time we're gonna give you. So see you later, man. We'll be back.
Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart so slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show.
One. And I guess we're back. Hello, everybody. Back from a quick little 30-minute break. And now we're going to be back with the TED Talks 2023, Luis Muñoz Rivera. And what have you been thinking about the talk so far?
Honestly, I feel like they've been way more personal than yesterday.
That's true.
No, the people have been talking about their own insecurities instead of just topics.
Yeah,
Me
yeah.
Personally, I didn't do it. I just went on my own thing. But you did. You talked about like the fear of growing up, and I think I'm not being biased here because you're my partner here, but
Yeah.
it is something that we have to look out for. Besides all the other things about insecurity, anxiety, hypocrisy.
I feel like we are having a much more personal day than yesterday. Yesterday was very informative, but this one is more emotional,
Right. All right. Next up, we have Mariana Gotera with "Why Am I Trying to Fit In?"
Big round of applause.
Please.
Trying to fit into places where you shouldn't is a challenge that many face in life. When you push yourself too hard to be something that you're not, nothing goes well. The feeling of trying to please others can bring you many negative consequences. You're losing your personality, your identity, and your essence. And putting all your effort and time into changing who you really are for someone else and not for yourself will make everything change, but not in the good way. This can lead to dissatisfaction and a loss of self-esteem. What other people say should matter the least to us. What should really matter to me is what I feel and what I want. Trying to press other people won't lead you anywhere. The only one you should be trying to amaze is yourself, even if it's for the smallest thing you achieve it. Waiting to be accepted but do not fit into that position, the best advice is to move on. Most time we all want to fit into a certain aspect of life because we want to live a life that seems to be perfect to everyone. Sometimes we try different ways to achieve it, but it doesn't work out. Forcing yourself to fit into inappropriate group or place can limit our personal and professional growth. True motivation and development occur when we are free to be ourselves and pursue our interests and passions rather than going along with others. When you don't care of what they will said and you are focused on what you are doing, believe me, it will turn out better than you thought. Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very good.
So she talked about being your own person and that why you try to fit in. And my point of view is that I'm not saying you shouldn't try and fit in, but while you want to, get in a group with similar interests, I think you'd rather want to be your own person and make other people try and fit in with you.
Yeah, I feel like being your own person is way too important in this world. I mean, obviously, everybody wants a sense of community. Everybody wants to be able to fit in with a certain group of people. But you shouldn't have to change your personality or you shouldn't have to change your worldviews just because somebody else thinks that way. And I feel like what she touched on highlighted this very issue.
I guess so, yeah.
And I also believe that that everybody that was listening to that talk should just try to be asking themselves, am I really with the correct group of people? Because if your group of friends doesn't, I'm not saying that doesn't agree with you, but like they suppress you or they don't treat you like you want to be treated. I feel like that's more of a negative influence than a positive influence.
Absolutely.
Because like it kind of takes away from you as a person because now you're trying to adjust yourself for everybody else.
I used to, back when I was younger, like in the school, I used to try and fit in with everybody. I talked about everything, but I really didn't talk about things that I like. And so I spent some years of my childhood trying to find out who I was because I just started straying away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we have Ana Suazo. Oh my God, we know that one. With unmasked potential and uncertainty ahead.
Big round of applause.
Since I was in 10th grade, I've roamed the school halls contemplating my future. I'd often reassure myself, I'll think about that later, I have time. Well, 10th grade turned into 10th grade turned into 11, and suddenly I was stuck in my final year at a crossroad, overwhelmed by all the possible directions I could take. I was swamped with overwhelming thoughts. What if I take the wrong path? Could one wrong turn become a lifetime of regret? And then I started thinking, how does one truly find their direction at 17? Medicine, engineering, law, business. The weight of the choice can be overwhelming. But making this TED Talk, I realized we have it all wrong. Uncertainty isn't a sign of unpreparedness. It's a beacon of potential waiting to evolve. But what I've realized is the detours, the stops, the starts, these are not signs of being lost. They are evidence of exploration, of curiosity, and of a life being truly lived. So here's my advice. Try, experiment, fail. That's the beauty of our youth. We have the freedom to explore without the weight of the irreversible consequences. So to the Diventio 2024 class, let's not hasten to find all the answers. Instead, let's cherish the beauty of the questions, the exhilaration of the unknown, and the boundless opportunities that comes with uncertainty. I might not be clear about the next chapter of my life, but I am certain of one thing. I'll relish every high and low in my quest to discover my passion, because in the end, it isn't the destination that defines us, but the journey itself. Thank you.
Thank you. And I feel like she said something that is very important, and that even if you don't know what you're going to do next, it doesn't mean that the potential isn't there.
Yeah.
It just means that you haven't found it. And the journey of self-exploration and just trying to find yourself is very long. It's very harsh. And for some people, it may be earlier. For some people, it may be later. But I feel like some people just try to kick themselves down just when they don't know something, you know? There's nothing wrong with not knowing your future, as long as you're prepared to fight it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, when she said that life is not about the finale, it's about the journey, I like to think that that goes for everything. Not every experience that you have is a means to an end. You have to experience everything and live through it. Anyway, next up we have
Miranda Ruedan with My Relationship with Dance. Everybody, round of applause.
All right.
Okay. Most of us are taught from a very young age to be involved in a sport such as gymnastics, soccer, or dance. The latter does not have much impact on most of people, but on those who does and feel this great connection to this genuine and perfect art has a big change on them. There is a type who does this out of obligation, but there is another type of who does this to get rid of the world and the pressure it leaves on people. With all these standards and prejudice. Dance is such a beautiful and precious art. It has so many beautiful branches and emotions to demonstrate. When you are a dancer, you never stop learning about yourself. You can even feel emotions that you have never felt before. The moment when you have to get on stage to be able to give all without worrying about anything else in the world. Release every worry, disappear of your body, and live it on stage is such gratifying and liberating moment that not many people can experience. Since I was very young, I have gone through many dance styles, ballet, hip hop, urban, among others. None of these have given me the connection and security that I felt with improvisation. Let your body feel the music, let yourself be carried away by the rhythm, and be able to leave all the feelings of stress behind. The satisfaction of feeling all kinds of energy running through your body, getting stronger and reliving the moment from scratch. It's a such good and rewarding feeling. It's a genuine and unique connection that can be repaired more and more louder, never get tired of, and makes you want to keep going. Dancing is my passion. I wish you all could feel the light, the music, and the inspiration that I'm able to feel every time I do my steps on the floor. Thank you.
So, I'm not a dancer, right? I don't dance. I don't like dancing. But I can relate to what she's saying in another way. Music. I love to sing. I find peace and motivation in singing. And I feel like we all need, like, not a hobby, but something that connects us with ourselves to push forward. What do you think?
Yeah, that's true. And dance at the end of the day is a physical activity.
Yes.
And for many people, physical activity, aka the gym, sports, is just a place of therapy. It's just a place of joy.
Yeah.
And she finds that space with dance. And I feel like that is a very beautiful thing. Because like I've said before, everybody needs that safe space. Everybody needs to feel happy once in a while. And with dancing, like you said, the music just gives you a lot of positive energy.
Yeah.
And it just makes you feel good. And just
Translates
dancing,
your feeling.
exactly. And just dancing along to it just kind of helps. It's like a good compliment. And it's like, it's a very good form of just helping yourself, because you forget about everything.
Yeah.
You're just feeling the music from your inside out.
All right. Next up, we have another one. Wow, it's a three-hitter of our classmates. First one is Atala Amelia de la Rosa with "School years are not the best years of your life."
Round of applause, everybody.
Okay, so school years are the best years of your life. It's a phrase that has been haunting me for years. And I think it has led to today's teenagers to feeling a sense of pressure and even disappointment about the decisions they're making right now with their lives. As if the time was running out, and the only thing we can expect from life is to take an immediate downturn after we graduate from school. But does life actually go downhill after you graduate from school? Because adults in my life have always told me life would take an immediate downturn and that school years would be the best years of my life. They say they miss how simple school life was. But now, as a senior, as I grow up older and I get closer to the end of my school years, I can safely say they are wrong. And I think I have figured the reason why they pushed this idea into us by now. See, back 30 years ago or something, they didn't take as much AP classes or honors as we do right now. So school was not as mentally demanding as it is right now. And that itself is enough evidence to say they had a way better high school experience than us. But also in comparison to us right now, because today's student high school experience is more like procrastinating so hard we spend the night stress crying over homework than never ending parties, you know? So, as if that wasn't enough evidence, I got a new question in my head the other week that was like, what happened to adults and when they were in school that traumatized them so much that they think those were only the best years of their life? And the answer is they hit the fast track right after graduating because people became working adults right after graduating, getting married in their young 20s, and starting adult life right after, really quick. And since many people went into the workforce right after graduating, I think that happened because the only requirement for middle class jobs to work was a high school diploma, and while now it's not like that anymore. So since fewer people are becoming working adults straight out of high school, we did not have to push so much pressure into living our best years so soon. And if adults realize that, maybe there would not be so much of an issue. So high school can be fun, yes, but entering high school with the expectation you're gonna live your best 4 years of your life is unrealistic. And for many people, life improves greatly after high school, so I don't think it's all downturn once you graduate. And there's so much that goes on during high school and after that period that prevents me from calling those 4 years the best. So please, adults, stop telling us high school will be the best years of our life
when we have hardly had a chance to live them. Thank you.
Very good, very good.
We're actually going to be bringing her in for an interview. So as she gets here, any thoughts?
That was very good. I agree. You know, high school is not the best time. You know, and it doesn't have to be the best years. Everybody is different, of course, but that does not mean that you should be put up like this expectation
Hey, how
that
you
you should
doing?
enjoy high school.
How you doing?
Hello.
I want to ask you a question because your topic directly correlates to mine. You were talking about how school are not the best years of your life and how you're excited for the future. But I talked about how some people are afraid of that future. How do you suggest people should just find the courage to just keep going? Because as you said, the best days are ahead.
Yeah, so when we're in high school, we don't have really as much freedom as we have when we graduate. So I think it's enough of a reason to keep up with everything that's happening right now, just knowing that what's coming after is more likely to be exactly what you wanted, since you're going to be able to pursue what you were waiting for so many years. So my best advice for students to just keep themselves okay. My best advice for students to keep themselves excited for the future is exactly that, finding their passion and just keeping up with everything because it's exactly what they wanted.
Well, thank you very much. We are no. You take the microphone over there. How you doing? Okay, so next up, we're gonna have another good friend of ours. We're gonna have Diego Aitor Tarafa with The Broken Path, a student's perspective of the Dominican education. Big round of applause, everybody.
Uno, dos, uno, dos. Ladies and gentlemen. Yo, it was, yeah. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Well, as I said, my speech's title is "The Broken Path: A Student's Perspective on the Flaws in the Dominican Educational System." Well, ladies and gentlemen, buenos dias. Today, I stand before you to shed a light on a pressing issue that affects the future of our beloved Dominican Republic, our education system. As a student who has experienced firsthand the shortcomings of this system, I want to discuss why the Dominican educational system, from a student's viewpoint, falls short in preparing us for all of the challenges of the modern world. The Dominican Republic is a country of stark contrasts. One of the most glaring problems in our education system is the glaring disparity between urban and rural schools. In rural areas, schools often lack essential access and resources like textbooks, water facilities, and well-trained teachers. This unequal access to quality education perpetuates a cycle of poverty and limits opportunities for many students. Our educational system places a heavy emphasis on rote memorization, or as we say, embotellarse, rather than fostering critical thinking skills. Students are often encouraged to memorize facts without truly understanding the underlying concepts. This approach stifles creativity and hinders our ability to adapt to the fast-paced, ever-changing global landscape. The curriculum in our schools is outdated and fails to address the challenges of the 21st century. We continue to teach subjects and topics that may have been relevant decades ago, but are no longer applicable in today's world. As a result, our graduates often lack the skills needed for modern careers. Our dedicated teachers are the backbone of our educational system, but many are not adequately trained or motivated. Low salaries and limited professional development opportunities make it challenging to attract and retain talented educators. Without motivated teachers, students suffer. The physical condition of many schools in the Dominican Republic is deplorable. Dilapidated buildings, overcrowded classrooms, and inadequate facilities create a suboptimal learning environment. This not only affects the students' physical well being, but also their ability to focus and learn effectively. In conclusion, the Dominican educational system is in dire need of reform. We must address the inequalities, rethink our teaching methods, update the curriculum, invest in teacher training, and improve infrastructure and resources. Only by doing so, we can provide our students with the education they deserve, empowering them to become leaders and innovators of tomorrow. Thank you for your attention, and let us work together to ensure that every Dominican student has access to a quality education that prepares them for the challenges and opportunities of the modern world. Gracias.
Hey, Bill, can you come back here? We don't know how to give you an interview.
Come here.
So I want to start off by saying that he spoke about a subject that is very important, and also that you should push yourself to be better. He was saying a lot of things that clicked, like together they didn't make any sense, but like when you put them side by side individually, the pieces start working together.
Yeah, it really helps you to paint a picture of what is going on with the education system today. How you doing, man? All good, all good. I want to ask you. You said that we currently have suboptimal facilities in schools.
Yes.
And what are some things that we can do to try to improve the infrastructure that we have?
Well, we have some schools that are basically falling apart, mostly in rural areas, as I said. For example, in Cabrera, that's a town in the Maria Trinidad Sanchez. There's a school. It's literally falling apart. The ceilings are falling down, and we had an incident that a student had a piece of the ceiling falling down on him. So I think that students can't focus with that, like think about the risk of something happening to them physically.
Not your focus, but like the fear of something happening
Yeah.
because the structure of the building is so fragile.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you about something else. You said that the school's education system is outdated. And
Yeah.
I feel the same way because to some extent they're trying to teach us the same way that they taught us 100 years ago, which was to be able to work on factories and be able to take orders.
Yes.
What are some projects or what are some things that we can do to help project critical thinking in students?
Well, as I said, we have a problem that the Dominican educational system teaches you to have rote memorization, or as we say, embotellarse. You just swallow up the information and throw it up in an exam, and then you forget about it. We should make a way that not only we get, or the only purpose is getting grades in an exam. We should do it so that we have some learning that you can use in your daily life. Yeah.
That's true. Thank you, man.
Yeah, you too.
And next up, we're gonna have another good friend of ours from our promotion. We're gonna have Abril Barinas with Embracing New Horizons. Big round of applause.
Since we were all very young, we have always had the year 2024 engraved in our minds. It's the year that our school journey comes to an end and our journey as newly adults begins. From the very first day we walk into our senior year, we are bidding farewell to everything we have known for the past 14 years, and the countdown to our adulthood becomes a matter of months and days and not years. It's natural for humans to be resistant to change, to fear the unknown, and to cling on what's familiar. For many of us, school has been our comfort zone for as long as we can remember, and as graduation approaches, we are being forced to step out of that comfort zone we have known for 14 years. Think about the first day of kindergarten, the excitement, the tears, the fear. None of us knew what to expect, but we ventured forth, and in doing so, we began our first journey as becoming and growing into who we are as individual beings. Our upcoming graduation isn't just an end, it's a new beginning. It's the opportunity to explore uncharted territories, set our paths, and shape our destinies as adults.
It's not necessarily to let go of the familiarities of our school days or our past to embrace new possibilities. It's about constructing our futures and utilizing these experiences as a foundation and the lessons we've learned from them as a guide. We can face the obstacles of the outside world just as we have faced challenges at school. Embracing new horizons is not about letting go. It's not about fearing the future, but it's about creating it. It's about finding the cost to explore, adapt to change, and find the beauty in uncertainty. The year 2024 makes the year we step into adulthood, and that marks taking control of our lives, pursuing our passions, and becoming architects of our own destinies. It's about dreaming big, setting ambitious goals, and becoming and having the courage to chase them down. And
That was a very interesting talk. I feel like, change is inevitable. We as a species always evolve and strive for new experiences. And her way of saying that you should embrace change and we should be ready makes me believe that, at least there are people that are ready for change. Because, most people these days don't want to change how they live, they don't want to grow up. She says that it's okay and we shouldn't be ashamed of embracing change.
Yeah, I feel like it is some very good reassurance. It helps people just know that there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
And it is good to embrace your future, and it really helps you with your personal growth.
Yeah.
And well, there isn't really much to say, man. She did a really good job. She highlighted the change that we're going to have as human beings, and she just helped paint the picture,
She also talked in a very confident tone. She's not, really a very confident person, but when
she really put emphasis in the things that matter, and it just really helped her talk flow, and she did a really good job.
All right, next up we have Frank Diaz with Breaking the Chains of Delay. A round of applause, please.
Hi. Okay, so good job. I'm going to talk about procrastination, a word that resonate with most of us. It has become a persuasive habit in today's fast-paced world. We often find ourselves delaying important tasks, opting for the immediate comfort of postponement. Today, I invite you to explore the intricacies of procrastination, understand the psychology behind it, recognize the consequences, and most important, learn how to overcome it. Procrastination is the act of delaying or putting off tasks until the last minute or past their deadline. Procrastination, as complex as it is, doesn't have a single case. It can be fear of failure, a lack of motivation, and a debilitating grip of perfectionism are common triggers. The fear of failing sure can paralyze us into avoidance. A lack of motivation can make even a simple task seem overwhelming, and perfectionism is setting unattainable standard forces to delay tasks until conditions are perfect. What we often fail to realize is the high price we pay of procrastination. As deadlines loom, our stress levels skyrocket. Moreover, procrastination can harm relationships as we prioritize tasks over spending quality time with loved ones. A fundamental shift from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset is essential. Embracing imperfection and seeing failures as learning experiences can combat the perfectionism of fool's procrastination. In conclusion, procrastination is a universal adversary, but it's not unbearable. By understanding the psychology, recognizing triggers, and applying effective strategies, we can take back control of our time and our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. This highlights another problem that we have nowadays, and it is procrastination. And yeah, I definitely I definitely put some things off for the last minute. But the thing that I learned from that the most is that the earlier you get done with things, the better. And the more you procrastinate, the more you put the pressure of time on yourself. And it just doesn't feel good. For example, you can have like 3 homeworks due the next day just because you didn't feel like doing it on the weekend. Nobody likes working on the weekend, but it is just best for time management. And I feel like it is best to just be done with things as early as possible, just so you can have enough time to change or you can have enough time to correct so you can make the best work possible. But that's just how I feel, at least.
Me personally, I feel like, would you like, the question is, would you rather work, like, you know, be free for 3 days, but have the homework on your conscience, or work not even for a day and have the rest 3 days without the homework on your guilt conscience?
Yeah, that's true. You can. It is much better because then you can actually enjoy your time and you don't have the pressure of, oh my God, I have this homework due tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I just feel like it is best, you know.
We got Javier Mendez with Chill Pill.
Round of applause, everybody.
Just take a chill pill, bro. Sometimes this statement can be really annoying. Or something like, walk it off. I know it sucks when they tell you these things, but trust me, taking a chill pill might save your life. As this, we're going to use the example of Captain Sully and how he saved all 155 passengers on board his aircraft because he could remain calm in a stressful situation. Quickly after takeoff from NYC LaGuardia Airport, Captain Sully's A320 aircraft was struck by a flock of Canada geese. These big birds would damage the aircraft, 2 engines, and they shortly shut down. Captain Sully and his co-pilot Skiles had to keep calm in this stressful situation so that they could save all 155 passengers. What I'm trying to say here is with a broad view and 2 damaged aircrafts, the crew of this aircraft was able to save them all. Captain Sully has been stated of saying he used something called metacognition, which allows a person to stay calm in really stressful situations. This works by acknowledging their thoughts and understanding actions and consequences. So, just take your chill pill. It helps.
Thank you. I feel like just like you said, it's not really used nowadays, but like a few years ago, everybody used to say take a chill pill because sometimes people just get a little bit too agitated. They just lose calm. And especially in crisis situations like the one he described, it is best for you to stay calm because if you are calm, it just gives everybody else a sense of security. You become a rock for other people and they just follow your lead, you know, and it is way more effective.
And it also helps, you know, focus more on the task at hand.
Exactly. Because when you're calm, you kind of just like take your mind off of everything else.
Yeah.
You just focus on the task at hand and you make sure that you do it properly. And in the case that he described, that led to leaving 155 people or around that amount. So I feel like that is something that is very important to highlight nowadays because a lot of people are struggling with anxiety, with depression. And sometimes all you have to do is relax. Sometimes all you have to do is breathe.
I agree. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final TED Talk.
Final one.
For this year. We have Nias Espedes with The Ugly Side of Social Media.
Big round of applause. Last time.
Let's do this one last time.
Yep.
Social media, we use it every day, is the most accessible platform to ever exist. But have you ever thought how toxic it could be? Social media has revolutionized the way we connect, share, and communicate. It has opened up new opportunities for self-expression, networking, and staying informed. However, it's essential to be aware of the potential downsides like the impact on mental health and privacy concerns. Finding a healthy balance and using social media mindfully can help us make the most benefits while minimizing the negatives. Moreover, the addictive nature of social media can impact our mental well-being, and the constant need for validation through likes and comments can create a cycle of seeking validation and affecting our self-esteem. It's important to find a balance and prioritize our mental health by taking breaks, setting boundaries, and engaging in offline activities. Privacy is another significant concern. With the vast amount of personal information we missuit or falling into the wrong hands. We must be vigilant about our private settings, use strong passwords, and think twice before sharing sensitive information.
Very good. All right. What do you think of the last thing?
Well, I feel like we talked about this earlier. The social media is incredibly accessible for everybody, and if it is treated wrongfully, it is just not. It is just going to be very negative for some people. It can be used to hurt, and that was not its original intention.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like it is more of a place for you to inform, a place for you to learn. And when people just use it wrongfully, it just can lead to a lot of damage.
Its original intention was for military use. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, that's true.
It was used for recon and field division, and now you can find people bullying.
Yeah, that's true.
Or even harassing people.
Yeah, times have really changed.
Well, that's gonna be the last TED Talk.
Yep.
Do you want to talk about the three best ones we've seen?
Yeah, at least for the ones that we were here to host, I had three favorites. And first off, I wanna talk about Ariana Garcia's one, the one about hypocrisy.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, that was a really good one. I really liked the way that she started with the pointing.
Yeah.
And it really just captivated your attention immediately.
Definitely.
Another one, you said you wanted to talk about one as well?
Yes, sir. We have Atala de la Rosa with school years are not the best years of your life. I completely agree with that. She was so right. Like, it just depends on the person that you are and how you enjoy things. Like, school years don't have to be necessarily the best years of your life.
Exactly. Even if I disagree to some extent, because not that I feel like school years are the best years of your life, but I feel like those are some years that you should cherish. It is very good. It's very refreshing to see somebody that is very excited about the future.
Right. And lastly,
And another one that we wanted to highlight was Lia Roas, The Hidden Power of Smiles. I feel like it's just a very positive things to end with. What? Oh, wait, go over there? Oh, cool. I bet. Let's go.
okay, let's move it.
Well, while Armando gets here, yeah, hurry up, man. Come on.
Man,
We're waiting for you.
Leave me alone.
We're waiting for you. And I just wanted to say that The Hidden Power of Smiles, that was a very good talk to end with, because just smiling, it costs nothing. And I feel like in the end of the day, what this topic just wanted us to do was to just be in tune with ourselves and just smile at reality. You know, it is just meant for you to feel good. It's just meant for you to get things out of your system. And I feel like this title, this topic that we were given, it just really helped with that.
I like to talk about that. Like, the three ones that we talked about just captivated the attention of the public and ours.
My boys, my host, just give me some space so I can talk to you three. For you two. You can go on. Us three. Come, keep going.
Okay, so the three ones we were talking about, they were all captivating. Like Leah with her smile, Atala with her first phrase, and the hypocrisy talk by just the point.
Yeah, but the thing is that we just talked about three for the sake of time.
Yeah.
You know, I really feel like the entire day it just gave you a lot of different perspectives. It's just very good because it helps you learn, especially in a school where we are, where that's what we're supposed to be doing.
What do you think?
Inner voice. It's been 2 big and amazing days.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I gotta agree.
Especially today. We had seniors, excellent talks. We also had 11th graders, excellent talks.
I'm gonna flex, but mine was the best one.
Yeah, it's not like a day was better than the other. Definitely not. They both held their own. Everybody played their part, and I feel like everybody just gave a piece of them. You know, that the audience can just really understand and can really.
They can fragment of themselves and put it on the paper.
Exactly.
I know, right?
It's been 2 long days, and exciting 2 long days. I want to actually thank you both guys.
Thank you.
You've done an excellent job being host of the event. Most of the time, at least 75% of the time, you were the host.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank you really much. Okay, seniors, I am actually a bit sorry that we won't have you again for the next school year.
Yeah, it's tragic.
But we do have another upcoming activity, which is a surprise for you guys also. And we're also eager to have you being a host for that activity too.
Hey, we had no idea about that one. We had no idea, but fine by me.
Hey.
So once again, thank you so much. We have come to the end of Lumuri TED with the theme Inner Voice. We have had actually opinions about all our students all the way from 9th grade to 12th grade. So once again, thank you so much, and I hope you actually like and enjoyed this school year's Inner Voice.
Bye.
Bye-bye,
Nice
and
day.
see you next school year.
Bye-bye.